bit of time before I need to be ready, I assume.
Hi.
The official Eras tour book.
Ew.
Ah!
God damn it. Well,
You cool night.
it's
Get the streams down.
it's been fun, guys.
No one say anything bad about Taylor Swift right now.
Crap.
Don't mention
Tam's
her
done
private
for
jets.
copyright, but I'm still avoiding the assassins.
I'm just vibrating because I just want to critique.
No,
Alex,
they'll come for
don't,
you.
don't mention her private jet. Uses Alex.
Carbon emissions. She could just take a bus.
Nope.
I have class on Tuesday.
I usually don't.
No.
Stop knowing people.
I'm sorry.
Stop having friends and family.
I'll tell everybody to fuck off.
Get yourself to us and us only.
This is starting to sound like a cult.
No.
You just have
That's
this
weird.
troubling habit of having a social life and people you care about.
I thought you cared about us.
Wow, I care about you guys. You guys are stinky.
Clearly not.
I will fight you right now.
No, you won't.
You can't fight me. I'm already kidnapped, idiot.
True.
I'll punch you. I'll see you like tied up in the chair and just start punching immediately. I won't like go, oh no, my
You'll get
friend.
hurt, and I won't heal you.
Oh fuck them.
Okay. Wait, wasn't it the power went out and then came back on and he was gone?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Just making sure.
Maybe he went out for a flight?
Maybe, but
Talking to the void this whole time.
We told you to check it.
I was checking. I
Did
literally
correctly
checked
tell you.
everything else. I have so many things to check.
It's okay.
Anyway, we were recapping. I'm not gonna go over it again.
We were all on vacation, having a good time, and now I'm gone. The end.
also the White Tigers got dunked on repeatedly.
That's the most important thing.
True. You know what? These audio issues wouldn't happen if Alicia just stopped having friends and family, having birthdays on a
True.
Tuesday.
True.
They didn't get to hear my rant earlier. This is the part I'll rehash.
Wow.
Feel
I get
bad.
blamed. Wow.
I've been saying this for years.
True.
But yeah, so you wake up, and I'm sure you'll discover at some point in the morning that Monochrome is gone. All of his stuff is there.
Hey, Monochrome, got your coffee. Did Monochrome say he was going out?
I haven't seen him.
I haven't seen him either.
I look around for a note. See if he left one behind. Well,
No, I'll
didn't
take a
leave
look
it.
through his phone.
that
Unless you want to do it.
that just feels like an invasion of privacy.
I'm not looking for secrets. I'm looking to see if he called anyone.
That's
But
fair.
would he brought his phone then? If he was trying to call somebody then? But I don't know.
That
I
would be
mean-
the first thing.
If you can be across the city in an instant, do you really need your phone to keep in contact with someone?
Oh, that's true. Never mind.
It's probably urgent, but I feel like you would have said something to one of us.
Yeah.
And also the fact that I've already been awake for a good few hours and I at least didn't notice much.
Wait, has he been gone the whole time you've been awake?
I at least didn't notice, say, him walking out and saying, I'm leaving for a bit. Which, helmet on, I will activate a funny little thing just to double check something. Scanning in that room, I have something full speed tracking sight. I can track stuff to look for traces. Did he leave a trail? At a maybe microscopic dust-sized trail in like the fibers of the carpet? Did he walk out of here? What happened?
The thread count's been altered.
Is that what-
Infrared wise, because I can see that too.
Is that what that does, or is it just you can perceive people moving fast?
Full speed tracking is straight up like tracking.
Oh.
And then I can also see infrared light, so he's light. I can
That's
I can
it's
see.
true. He is
I-
light.
I could probably combine those and track the light spectrum a little bit,
I don't think I'm infrared.
but you know,
You would definitely
not
have
infrared.
levels of infrared.
yeah, it's just
So that's not what
you
I'm
would leave
made
something.
of.
True.
Light has like infrared levels on it though.
That sounds made up.
But go ahead and make a perception check for me, please.
Can do. Glad I spent some points at the beginning of all this. Oh,
Oh,
Ooh.
oh,
Uh-uh.
yo, goddamn, dude.
I said I spent some points. I had a lot of power points sitting around.
You've not been upgrading your gear?
I did a bit. The gear I use.
Hmm.
I just like all my gear is very dependable. Is the thing.
It is.
I upgraded like the core stats of it. Like it's kind of all I needed.
Hmm.
Some of the things that need to actually happen is I just need the numbers of which I can hit to be good.
Hmm.
Okay. Just reading over everything you can do. Okay. All right. So you put the helmet on. You perceive everything in the space, at least within the range that you can. And looking over the sheets and stuff, it's strange. It looks very bizarre to you, but then because you're very smart, you kind of realize real quick. It's like, that's weird. I don't see any skin cells or anything in the bed. It's like almost as clean as the day we came in. And it's like, oh, right. Even if he does have some kind of material matter, it might just be incinerated after leaving the body. So that might not be it. But you look around and you find something interesting. You walk over, you look at it closer. Your goggles kind of give you a full like spectrum and analyze the material. Some kind of synthetic rubber material on the sheets, and looking on the ground, another kind of synthetic rubber, this time more akin to what you would find on shoes, probably military boots, on the ground near the bed. The strange thing is there's no tracks leading to or away from the spot.
And at this level, because Lockdown like sees this, he sees that he like fully like in that moment just drops like hands and knees like to the ground, like analyzing that. And he's like at that angle, he then is like turning really quickly, scanning either if anyone in this in right now is wearing their boots, or he's then analyzing through the wall towards the front door at the shoes sitting next to the front door. None of us are wearing that type of boot. Analyzing the compounds used here. Is this a foreign material that has entered the room?
Yes.
Exactly.
You good?
You
Everything
okay down there?
alright?
Been staring at the ground for a while.
Someone else has entered here.
Like,
But-
through the front door? Or
I am uncertain. And there's like no other traces of this like leading anywhere else.
Nope. It's
No.
almost as if the person just stepped right into this spot and then disappeared.
There's no tracks anywhere else.
So someone teleported in?
Presumably.
Wait. Monochrome been kidnapped?
It's leading to that.
How did that happen when we're all asleep?
There's a lot of things that don't fully add up. It's also the fact it's the only bit that lines up as a theory I've kind of been mulling over is an idea that maybe Monochrome's abilities don't work in the dark. Or at least it's tied to the sun in some aspect. If he's not engaged in sunlight, it just won't activate. And so someone were trying to pull something like this would be a moment he could. Because if someone tried to poof in here and grab him, what is there to grab first and foremost? Because there's no skin cells, there's no matter on the bed, which makes me think if he was laying here, it would just disintegrate. So that might go against the theory I'm just laying out.
Well, there was the night we fought the zombies. He was still fine with the sun being gone.
I think it just might be in light because he's been sleeping with the light on. And he specifically wanted that room so he could keep the lights on.
Just light in general. And there's might be something. But regardless, for someone with his abilities, the idea that someone could come in, grab a person that's pretty just encased in light, or at least made of light, and then take them somewhere feels hard to do. It has to be organized or someone very powerful or something. I don't know. Either way, this is troubling.
If his
Does
power only
Monochrome have any enemies that we know of?
Not that haven't been dealt with,
yeah.
or that we don't already share.
And if he does, that's just another thing we need to talk about because if his powers only work in light, we really should have known that beforehand.
Yeah, a little important. That does explain why he was always very stressed when he saw the sun going down.
Yeah, and he would leave before it got dark.
So do the street lights not count for his powers, but like in light bulbs in-house do?
Maybe it's just the concentration.
There's no accounting for exact logic with a superpower. That's kind of, I guess, the MO with it.
That's fair.
It allows all of you to kind of break physics in some way. I mean, how do the lot of you fly without, I guess, damaging yourself? Damaging a lot of surroundings, etc., etc.
A lot of careful surgery. And
Exactly.
hollowing my bones.
There's a lot of compounding factors to it, so. Either way, one thing he'll do is, like, try to see if he can tune the, like, infrared vision to see, like, is there a like trace that goes out? Because the other thought he has is he can like analyze tracking with his like people that leave traces. He can like analyze that with his helmet. It'll pinpoint and figure out where people have like stepped and gone, so we can find where they've kind of snuck away to. Can he try to filter out the light wave spectrum to see where Monochrome was the night before with his infrared vision?
So the hard part about that is, you know, energy just by its very nature dissipates with time. Fortunately for you guys, Monochrome's not made of anything radioactive. So nothing he has necessarily overly affects the matter around him. Maybe leaving some heat. Looking at the sheets now and everything like that, they've definitely gone cold. There's almost no difference between it and general room temperature. That does mean he's been gone for at least a couple hours. But anything more than that is very hard to discern.
Does teleportation leave a residue?
It's possible. Unfortunately, nothing on a material scale that can be sensed with the goggles.
Okay.
And same with the glass, because that would be on a longer scale, at least like a good few hours.
The glass.
Yeah, because glass with when it comes to like direct heat transference with light and like that takes a good long time to like actually cool.
Yeah, well, glass and other kind of silicates are made of are like not very conductive, but that also means it just makes it harder for them to change state. So, but what glass are we referring to?
Like this room, does this room have like a big window or something?
Oh, not not really too close to the room, and even if there was, the spread of energy would have been so much that you wouldn't have been able to discern any like definite figures.
All right. Well, not much to glean there. And so we have this thing, which he'll grab. I feel like Lockdown would have this. A little evidence baggie. Or at least just a little Ziploc bag that he would have. Little thing of tweezers. Grabbing this very tiny, tiny, like, thing of rubber.
The rubber is not able to be affected by the tweezers. It is too small.
It takes him a few tries.
It's more like just on a molecular level. Nothing. You could not pick anything up that wouldn't either just break, smear, or honestly, like, there's no real evidence you can take. That's what I'm getting at.
Could I take a picture of the atom? Of the molecule. I take a picture of the molecule.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you can save the analysis that your helmet performed.
Perfect. So. I will keep a algorithm running for our suspects to analyze boot molecules. I'll find our culprit by scanning their shoes.
Now, you and goodness, I've forgotten names. Celestine are both rather inventive. And a thing you can do in this game, because you guys have your hero points, is you can always... Oh, what is it called exactly?
Extra effort?
I think it's extra effort. 1 second. It's in the beginning part of the book. Page 19. Oh, no, it's not extra effort. Using hero points, there's edit a scene, heroic feats, improve a roll, inspiration, instant counter, and recover. Heroic feats allows you can spend a hero point to gain the benefits of 1 rank of an advantage you don't already have until the end of your next turn. You must be capable of using the advantage and cannot gain the benefits or of fortune advantages, only other types. If the advantage has any prerequisites, you must meet them before you can gain these benefits to the use of heroic feats. Is it only just advantages? I thought you could do it with powers too. Or is that for extra effort?
Extra effort has power stuff.
Here we go. 1 second. Interesting. So that would be a power stunt. Temporary gain the alternative effects of a power. which is really weird. The hero point one makes sense. This one is just you become fatigued afterwards.
Are you looking at extraordinary effort?
No, it's extra effort. And it just says you can just do so, but after you do so, it's under cost of extra effort. Becomes exhausted. And if you do it again, you become incapacitated. Which you would need an hour of rest afterwards. Which is, I guess, okay. It just seems very cheap for the ability to essentially alter your powers. Anyway.
What's a hero point?
What?
What's a hero point?
Hero points can be used to edit scene, do a heroic feat, improve a roll, inspiration, instant counter, or recover.
Is extra effort not cost a hero point?
Nope.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it just gives you fatigue.
That's crazy. My extraordinary effort's even better than I guessed.
Yeah, thing is you become fatigued, and so if you do it again, you become incapacitated, and fatigue takes an hour of rest. Anyway, so I mention it in this particular scene that if you needed to, you could potentially tweak some of your gear so that you might be able to perceive this, you know, teleportation traces or something along those lines.
I see.
Also, thank you, Jamie J02, for the follow. Appreciate you.
While they're mulling that over, what is the material of the items in this room?
The material of the items in this room?
Yes.
I mean, basically what you would find in a room.
Are there any, like, stone decorations or anything like that?
I would say traditionally no, but you could also edit the scene by spending a hero point to make such a, like, decoration exist.
Isn't there a brick fireplace in the Great Wolf Lodge rooms already?
Not in the room specific that Booter's character was sleeping in.
Nah, the one we've got looks like a metal one.
But there is a sink right outside the bathroom next to my room, which is in the room, right? And that could have like a marble countertop.
Why would the sink be outside the bathroom?
Isn't that where it was?
It's in the
The
bathroom.
room was really weird.
I remember
What?
thinking this is weird that it's not in the bathroom, but I've seen
We
hotels
have a
like that
map.
before.
Or,
I don't know, where's the map?
where is that map? I know I posted at one point.
Probably buried in the game chat somewhere.
It's not in game chat, sadly. I think it's
General?
in general.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god, it is. What the fuck? Why?
Yeah, there's like a weird outside sink. I mean, traditionally they're made of like porcelain or something, but like I said, you could spend a hero point to edit the scene to add some convenient stone or piece or whatever.
Sure, I will spend my hero point early on to convert that into something I can use my post-cognition on.
Okay.
There's a little bowl of ornamental stones.
Yeah, you know, it's like the smooth like river stones, you know.
Instead of a basket of seashells, it's just a basket of rocks.
Yeah.
I've
You
seen
know,
that before.
the White Wolf Lodge has very like mountain themes, and rocks are just very mountainy.
And we are in the presidential suite after all.
True.
There's a pink Himalayan salt lamp.
It
Maybe.
Oh shit, that's good.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
While you guys are trying to figure out how to trace that, I can figure out what happened.
I'm like,
You know-
fully like taking a picture of this and like sending sending a zip file to Celestine of like, here's a complete molecular makeup of this rubber, a piece of rubber I found. Like we can create a sorting algorithm, and it'll automatically scan for this type of shoe with this amount of like automatic filtering, like tech jargon being spat out as you're just like going about this.
Fully comprehends it.
All right, I need you to make a perception check, please.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Perception. How clear your vision is determined by this roll.
Oh my
Well,
god.
all right.
You know, now
Base,
that I
base,
look
base.
around, there's a lot of stone decorations in this room.
This room, solid fucking rock.
Is
We're in a
this really
cave,
a
actually.
Stone chamber?
I can see so clearly now.
Fuck, such good post-cognition, we time traveled.
You go back in the past and stop the kidnapping attempt before it happens. Well, that's a little unfortunate for my plot.
But then you look down at your hands and you realize you're disappearing. You've undone your existence.
No, I'm so good at post-cognition, I go back a bit too far to some of the previous tenants. Like, nope, I don't need to see that.
Okay, so critical success increases your degree of success by 1 step. So essentially, you go from a 28 to a 30.
Holy shit.
And going by post-cognition here, a DC 30 is for near complete knowledge of a particular past event as if you were actually present.
Clutch
so
shit.
fucking funny.
Hell yeah.
So,
That's Suzanne.
Hell yeah.
God, I finally get to use this.
Sasha, as you kind of like, you're looking around and you're thinking about this, because you have always had this feeling from Stone and such. You could always get like a vague sense of what's happened in like the last day. It's not something you've overly like really used up until this point. And given everything that's happened, you feel a moment call to you. So you put your hand on this basket of stone and you focus. You get a strange sensation, a sensation that would only make sense to you as someone with your particular abilities. You feel the stone and perceive. And this gives you a thought that like, are the very stones of this earth watching us at all times, perceiving us in their own way? A troubling thought.
Shelves that paranoia to analyze later.
A level of awareness that kind of breaks your sense of what's real or not. But as you kind of get hooked on this feeling for a moment, suddenly you feel that presence. And as you turn your attention to it, you are in the room that night. The lights just went out. And it was strange. You were standing there, and the second the light turned out, it was almost as if the light obscured this person's presence. Because when the light left, there was someone there, leaning over the bed. You see them quickly inject some kind of serum into... Wait. Who's that? There's no... Monochrome's not in the bed. Or at least, not someone you recognize as Monochrome. You just see a person there. Who is then injected with some kind of strange serum. And then, the second the lights turn back on in this space, they're both gone. The sheets falling as if they both just vanished from this dimension.
The person that was in the bed, were they like a physical person?
Yeah, it's like a guy, just a dude.
Was he unconscious?
Yeah, you look like he was sleeping there in the brief moment.
In the darkness, could I see the individual like features or any kind of identifiers on them?
You struggle with the power a bit because it kind of happens in real time, and it happened so fast, and you didn't know quite what you were looking at, that it's hard to remember. But you use your power to kind of like rewind the tape a little bit, and you can get a vague look at this individual. They're a little bit distant from you. You can't inspect them super closely for fear that if you take your hand off of the basket of stones that you'll suddenly lose this vision. But they are in full military wear, or at least like military comic book hero spy wear, you know? Like they got a full like semi-latex morph suit kind of deal with some military fatigues kind of intermixed in. They're wearing a full hooded helmet. They have these strange technical goggles, and they're wearing just these gloves. And the vial itself, it's hard to see what the serum exactly is. It just looks like some kind of glowing liquid in a vial, but very faint. Not like very bright kryptonite green kind of glow, but there's something off about all of it. And it's weird too, because when you're kind of looking over the scene, the second the light turns off and turns on, it's like the light itself determines what dimension they're in. Which is scary to think that how long could they have been here watching over monochrome? You don't know. The stone doesn't seem to either.
When they both disappeared, did it seem like the guy had his hand on the person in the bed, or was he completely like hands off when they both vanished when the light came back on?
He was like mid-injection when they both seemed to have disappeared, so he was touching them.
Okay. Out of curiosity, though he's pretty sure it's probably not going to work, he's going to attempt to hold on to one of the rocks from the basket and see if he can move a bit closer to the bed.
You grasp the stones and you try to move, and as you do so, you are suddenly pulled into the presence holding this basket, and everyone who is watching or in this room just watch you kind of like put your hand on this basket, look at the bed for a minute, and then just pick the stones up and walk towards it for a second.
Okay, that's a little weird. And that did not work. Puts the basket back.
Are you okay?
I don't know if that was monochrome in the bed.
What?
What?
Begins to explain the scene to you guys.
Well, okay, so if we go off the theory that monochrome's powers only work in light, and when the lights went out, he was in the exact same position.
It seems so.
It's just monochrome. And
Well,
his true form.
Baby, but this is the weird part. Are we sure it's monochrome? Because when the lights went out, someone was next to the bed. They never walked in, they were just there.
That's the part. That...
Well, I mean...
And as soon as the lights came back on, they were both gone.
Yeah, and when lights come on, monochrome is gone, so the bed figure had to be monochrome.
I think that is a horrifying image you described. I'm gonna be honest.
You know what?
Yeah.
Should we turn the lights off just in case?
Oh no, you sure you want to do that? We might be surrounded.
Lockdown turns the lights off.
Okay. You turn the lights off. It is still daytime. You do your best to kind of make the room as dark as possible. There's no one here.
Maybe they did it while Monochrome was here, just to watch him or something. I don't know.
But if that's the case, how long were they watching him?
That's the concerning bit. Then
Does the figure Sasha described sound like familiar to any of us?
No, at least it's not a villain any of you have worked against up until this point.
Okay.
What about the military gear? There wasn't any invisible insignias on them.
Nope. Like I said, kind of the typical superpowered spy thing from comic book movies and such.
okay. So there's at least somebody has taken Monochrome. Somebody who clearly has powers to remain unseen, teleport other people.
Well, couldn't inherently be teleportation. It's either he's incorporeal with light or he is in a different dimension when light is on.
Which, that's a pretty scary thing. I have an idea then. I'm going to send you this. Sends you that zip file. I think there's a fair idea. Try and see to set something up. I also have my back at my base because I have my big computer, access to some good old security equipment, computing power, all of that. We can try to run some information to see if we can set up an automated tracking information. But I do want to actually set up to spend a hero point to try and make it so I could do full speed tracking with the light spectrum. To try to see if I can do the additional effect with a hero point. I want to find a method of augmenting my vision power.
So I did find something else. So the extra effort, that only lasts for like a few seconds.
I see.
Because it says until your next turn, and a turn is roughly 6 seconds, give or
Oh
take.
no! What if my next turn takes a while?
You can use it again. It's just that you'll be exhausted.
It's fatigued and then incapacitated.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll sit back.
just keep reviving me.
The hero points. Well, I mean, don't you guys also have the ability to just like craft an item that you would need?
That is
Yeah.
true. I'll be real. I have 2 hero power points remaining that I haven't spent yet.
Could we just modify your helmet to give it?
Probably could. I'm pulling up hero sheet to do the math. Jesus Christ, my helmet costs 22. Well, actually no. It's 22 ranks, but the actual cost of it is 6 points. God, I love mutants and masterminds.
I love equipment.
Equipment is so funny. All right, let's see. Infravision. That's what it would be, right? That's what it would count as.
Let's see here.
Because what type of sense would I need to track Monochrome?
I think there is a sense that lets you look through dimensions.
There is, well, not. I don't really see it.
Oh, does your
There's time
helmet
sense.
not have analytical?
I mean, is there an analytical?
Yeah, there's an
That's-
analytical power,
Where?
and it's alphabetical. So it's in the analytical part of the list.
As like a separate power?
Oh, it's a part of
Extra.
senses. And in fact,
Something-
analytical would probably be actually more what you would need.
You've been cheating.
Well, I don't have.
Well, I was the one who
analytical.
described it for him, to be honest.
That's fair.
You were able to see microscopic matter.
To be fair, I can add analytical without it actually increasing the point cost of my shit. So
Yeah, one point for 1 sense, 2 for the entire sense range. You'd only need 1 point for visual like input.
easy. Let's see. Do I just add that to visual? Well, actually, it doesn't even. I can't even add that to visual itself.
Why?
This thing, because hero sheets, I can only add it to normal. I have to add it to individually normal sight, then infrared vision, and then dust size or dust sized microscopic. I have to add it to each one as like a modifier.
Weird.
That's how it works on this.
Well, Cam said it was 1 for 1 sense and then 2 for the entire spectrum.
Well, yeah,
That's
but those are like not different senses. Those are different like
Oh.
amounts. Because it'd be like
Yeah.
hearing, touch, taste, all that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, you would need that. So let's see here. This is the hard part. It's just like, all right, how do I look into a dimensional tear in space? Where's that
It's
power in this game?
It's no worries. I added it to both and it didn't increase the flat cost. We're fine.
Okay.
No, I'm just trying to like look at.
Yeah, I'm also going through it, don't worry. I'm let's see, because I have mental. Let me look at my mental senses.
Yeah, you could measure like the energy wavelengths, which would be, I think, the closest we could get here.
Which would be maybe. So then adding analytical?
Yeah,
Okay.
should do you enough.
All right. I'll add analytical to all 3, which increases the rank, but not the point cost based.
But all right, so it takes you some time. You're gonna have to analyze this information because these irregularities you're finding, because there is like a rough energy signature that you
Yeah.
can find, like a disruption in space is going to leave some kind of mark, but it's not necessarily information that you can make sense of at this time. Maybe if you put it into your supercomputer, then you'll be able to make more use of it. But some energy source did happen here, so you could at least easily say that some tech or some power is how this individual got here.
Alrighty.
But you don't find any traces to or from this location.
Gotcha. And
Which I guess would tell you at the very least that whatever happened here was dimensional.
okay.
Because you're smart enough to understand that.
Could I make the attempt to try and jury rig a thing to try to like quickly analyze that data, because I have inventor and improvise tools to let me like quickly figure that out while we're here and while it's like still kind of fresh?
Not necessarily. The type of invention you could make wouldn't be able to allow you to analyze necessarily. Well, okay, so I will say to do it here without the use of a computer, you would need to make a, I would have to say, investigation roll of a DC 40.
Investigation.
Yep.
Jesus. Not good at that.
Do we not have a computer? A computer
I
like
have my
device?
I've been saying he has like a laptop, but it's not a supercomputer. It's not his really nice one. Well, at the very least, he will take as much data as possible with his helmet to like recreate it at his headquarters.
Yeah. While your helmet doesn't record necessarily like visual data on this tear, it monitors the like energy source and gives you an extrapolation of the data.
Yeah.
Because inventor, let's see, you can create an invention. Does it tell you like how many points the invention is? I remember we looked at this before, but my god, there's so much when it comes to tech stuff in this game.
Isn't it just as many as you have?
It's not an alternative power.
No, but it's like if you have points left over that you haven't spent on anything, I think you can just use those to invent, right?
Yeah, I mean you can always just use points to invent as well. But for
Yeah, because I have 2 power points.
Let's see.
Inventors on page 138.
I see. So, when you invent a thing, it is DC 10 plus the invention's total power point costs, including all modifiers except removable, which does not apply to this invention as they're temporary by nature.
So no removable.
And it also, designing an invention requires an hour's work per point of the invention's cost.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And then... yeah, that's what it lets you do. So, honestly, it would probably take you less time to just go go to your supercomputer and put this in. So,
Yeah, fair. Well, in that case, yeah, he uploads as much as he can and like gets all of it, and then begins packing his things.
okay.
And I will honestly, I have an idea already, kind of formulating, because I might make a new piece of equipment.
But, all right. Well, with your stay here at the White Wolf Lodge being somewhat interrupted, you all pack up your things and head out. Something has happened to Monochrome. He's been kidnapped for some reason or another. And right now, the information that Lockdown has is the only clue you have.
Now I gotta call for emergency chauffeurs because we're leaving early. God damn it, Monochrome.
Chauffeurs, we have our own cars.
No, we got driven here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we rode here in style.
That's on you guys. I flew here, I assume.
No,
No.
you had a car with us because you walked out.
Yeah, you guys are freaks. We had our own cars.
It's not true.
Lockdown has like 5 cars on his own.
We didn't want to show up in an APC.
I was told it'd be not okay. However, there is a single minivan. Well, actually, it's taken up because they have a family. So, I guess we can take some rides with my some of my henchmen because they have some cars with open seats.
They're minivans and sedans.
Well, the single minivan is taken up because they have kids, so the seats are full. But there are because like Bus Thusly has a has his car because he came along, and you know there's like extra seats in there.
Does he call his car the Fuss Bus?
No, that'd be too interesting and funny. He wouldn't come up with that.
Oh,
He has like probably a really lame name, and if you came up with one funnier, he'd be like, "Wish I thought of that."
This is my car, the Busmobile.
However, Frankie has a one of those like vans, like the vans with a big sliding door that like every band has on TV and like movies, but with a big like painted metal like tiger on the side.
Is the tiger white?
I was gonna
No.
ask.
No, it's like a big like orange tiger, like it's painted like a metal album.
Okay, I was gonna have to fire him for being a traitor. For was
No,
white.
it's just like, oh, it's a big old van. It does look like he bought it from like secondhand from a musician.
Poor guy has a breakdown. It comes as a white tiger, sees a white tiger, quickly changes the color.
It quickly paints.
Well, I'll ride with Frankie. You might have more room in this car.
Well, does Frankie have family?
Oh, probably. Not here.
They didn't come with
We
him.
should probably ride with Frankie
Not on this
because I
planet.
don't. Because
Not on this planet.
I don't know if you want your henchmen's families knowing the location of the base and being a potential security risk.
Some of them already know.
Oh,
Carol brings cookies all the time. She
Yeah, how
stops
do you
by.
think Cookies got there?
I assume she just gave him to her husband.
No, she shows up.
Okay.
I
She likes to
trust.
see the joy on everyone's faces when she gives it to them.
Listen, the first time he was annoyed. However, Cookie Squares quickly changed his mind. Lockdown is a man that can be bribed.
Yeah, we know.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we ride back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which we'll take a ride in Frankie's big van, and Lockdown is like it's one of those vans, it's got 2 seats and the rest, there's no seats in the back.
Oh.
Yeah, there's no seats back there, but Lockdown has found himself a secure spot. He has hooked himself somewhere. Also maybe with his suit, because he does have a lot of movement and a lot of movement upgrade to make himself stable and protected. And he makes himself very secure and balanced and locked in. Laptop plugged in, and he is working.
I sit in the corner of the van trying to keep my wings occupying as small a space as possible, trying not to think about the fact that I'm breaking the law right now.
The Crusher will hold on to a handle in the car because I guess there's a couple handles in the
Yeah, that
back.
would be.
Okay, perfect.
And Sasha will sit closer to the front so he can grab one of the passenger seat if something happens.
This is the best use of my sure-footed and adapt to an environment powers ever.
True.
Alrighty. Guess we head back to the base.
Okay.
How good is Frankie as a driver?
I don't know. Let me look. And let me roll.
We die.
He has a stat block.
We
Vehicles
just
is
did
a
a
stat.
Tokyo drift scene.
I upgraded their vehicles, so
Plus 3's not bad.
no, yeah, they're fine. They're good at. I ranked up their vehicles, stealth, sleight of hand, perception, and their attack stats. So yeah, that's how on an 18 scales how jostled y'all get.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
All right. So, you head to your base and you begin to input the data into your computer. Now, I looked over the stats. You keep saying you have a supercomputer?
Well, it's in my HQ.
Right, yes. There's no supercomputer HQ item. There's computer.
Yeah.
There's a supercomputer.
There's no supercomputer.
The base thing?
There's none in the
Computer.
base thing. There's computer.
Yeah.
Which says state of the art. So
State of the art computer.
It just all it says is it allows the character to make a full use of the technology skill, and the computer can be programmed to handle certain routine base functions.
Yeah.
Right. So
Like a computer.
there you can make a supercomputer with advanced AI, but you have to essentially create another minion.
I don't have the power. I don't have the points for that.
So, it's all right. You can still do this with a computer. The thing that we'll have to do is essentially for a work day, you will have to make a roll using your technology. This also allows you to use technology rather than investigation for
Good.
finding this information.
Which I would rather do.
And this will be a composite roll, so you need to get a total of the DC times difficulty modifier. Which, for this information, since it is, high level stuff, you need to get a total of 200 points. Since the initial DC was 40 and the difficulty rating is 5.
Let's give it a whirl.
So, fortunately, this is you're not under any pressure. So the minimum result you can get is 10 plus your skill.
Can I help with this?
You can aid, sure.
Oh.
Teehee.
He's doing really good on his own, but every once in a while he'll take the slightest pause and you go, "Oh, is that?" And he's like, "I know, I was just about to do that."
I would never do that.
Don't point that out.
That's out of character.
All right. So it is I'll increase the DC a little bit because this is pretty advanced stuff and you need to be able to at least help. So I'll say the DC is 20, but that does mean you got 3 plus stuff. So you add to Lockdown's technology roll plus 5.
Oof.
So first day of looking into stuff, you guys still have made a pretty reasonable 43 out of 200.
Let's go.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Lockdown, you got a spare laptop I can borrow?
Just indicates probably towards a pile of just laptops. Half of
The
them
lap-
work.
Laptop graveyard.
Yeah, half of those work.
I'll
I
sift
don't know which ones.
find 2 good-looking laptops that at least function and just pass one off to Crusher. Do you want to help me do some research of our own, since they're working on that?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, y'all just have cell phones. I imagine.
Which would you rather research on, a laptop or a cell phone?
That laptop shows better information. Not everything's
Also, like the man won't track your IP on my laptops. They
True.
will on your phone.
You
Another
haven't
valid point.
jailbroken your phone?
Come on, we don't want to be left out of the computer situation. Everyone's got their computers. We don't want to get left out.
Do want to see if we can figure out, at least narrow down who this could be if they're known.
Yeah, just in case.
Okay, while they're working on their computer stuff, we'll try to research our assailant, see if he's anyone that's known.
Like the power set. Because, like, I feel like if you look up a general power set, people would kind of, like, know.
True, but it's not always going to be in the compendium on the Wikipedia either. Sometimes you should look it through the forums.
I feel like there, in a world like this, there'd be a superhero wiki.
There is. That's how I knew about the Accounted For.
Exactly.
We have made use of the superhero wiki before, true.
Just gotta look up, like, classified light powers and go through there first.
And I'm sure it's totally available on the wiki.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I guess we'll just have a second investigation then with a similar DC and a minimum required check of you know what, honestly 20. I don't think it needs to be 25.
Okay, I'm gonna use this.
Okay, so you're just gonna be helping then?
Yeah,
Okay. All right, go ahead and make your check, Crusher.
investigation.
Investigation or technology, whichever.
Dude, why are you not making the main rolls?
Okay.
Oops, I thought yours was higher than mine.
I have an 8.
Oh.
Went off. But to be fair, Crusher's better at helping, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's gonna be 3 successes. So, Sasha, you get a +5.
Okay.
Yo,
Hell yeah.
one of us is dying later.
Whoa,
Definitely.
whoa. Oh.
You rolled 2 nat 20s, 19. That was another 19 and then an 18. Like what? Rolling gas this session. Goddamn.
We are just that determined to find monochrome.
Can't wait to cut to me in a warehouse somewhere where I'm getting interrogated and I just get nat ones one after one.
They're interrogating you. They just like lightly punch you. Nat 1 on the toughness.
My jaw just snaps off my face.
All right. Yeah, your 2 investigations going currently. So, one day, you guys have made some decent progress, for sure. We can just move on to the next day, unless there's anything else you guys want to do with those days.
I am going to be also working on a piece of equipment. But it's going to be very based on the result, probably, of this thing, of like the actual energy readout. So I might hold off on it. I have an idea for a piece of power, so like a powered equipment, so I'll hold on.
If you did, I would give you the impaired status unless you don't need to sleep.
Imagine. Still, I'll hold off for now, but I'm at least I'm cooking. I'm cooking. In the background at least until I have to stat it out and roll. I at least like for it to make sense, we got to get this readout on how exactly it's gonna work.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta make an equipment for yourself that just injects you with drugs that gives you immunity sleep.
I would.
Staying awake and not dying from lack of sleep are two very different things.
Just alter your biology so you don't need to sleep. I know a company that can help you with that.
No, no.
All right, so helpers help, and then investigators investigate.
Oh, I failed you. I'm so sorry.
That's still.
Can't believe this.
Oh no, that's only two levels of success, so +2.
Oh, well, at least you're OP. Dude.
You do roll a minimum 10.
Well,
So
that is a 29.
+2.
Oh,
Or
does
is
aid?
the 19 including the bonus?
No, the 19 is my base.
Okay, so 29 +2, 31.
Wait, does 8 also get default to the 10? Because mine would then become 32.
That's interesting. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so then that'd be +5. So that would be 29 +5, 34.
Woo. And go us.
We've gotten to 77. Now 200. And Crusher.
Oh,
Or Sasha,
perfect.
whoever's helping in your guys' investigation.
I'm guessing I can use teamwork again since it's the next day. Okay.
Every day.
I'm sorry, I failed you.
Hey, it's-
You get
Sasha.
+5, and you also default to 10+, which is one higher. So 19 +5, 24.
Alrighty.
Okay. Let's see. So, sorry, 24. That is 2 levels of success. So we add 2 more to Sasha's roll for a grand total of 23.
We're getting there.
Yeah, I mean, you've made a quarter of the progress in just 2 days. That's not bad. All right, day 3.
Oh,
32 again.
All right, +5.
oh.
Oh!
All right,
Yeah,
44.
one of us is dying.
Which I believe is 121, right? 44 plus 77. Yep, 121. I'm smart.
Wow.
All right, and Team B. Okay. That's just shy of a +5, so +2.
That's a 20.
Information's a bit drier today.
Let's see, so 7, yep, that's a 20. That's a bare minimum you needed to make. Okay. To be fair, you don't have the supercomputer, or I guess actually just normal working computer. All
It's a
right.
good computer, though.
It's state of the art. It says that in the thing.
It's a good gaming computer if I use it for gaming.
So, you have gotten past halfway in your investigation. You learned some information. With 3 days of investigating, you've learned that this energy pattern has a very unique frequency, not very commonly found in nature or even amongst man-made created like energy fields up until this point, which is good. That means that when you come across it again in the future, you know it's going to be at least related. You also learn that this power was created by some... There's no electrical frequencies kind of intermixed into this. It tells you that the person who did this has a power and is not using tech specifically.
Okay.
You are starting to look into the secrets of the use of this, and if you can solve the frequency completely, you might be able to tune your teleportation tech to open up these breaches.
Ooh.
I see.
And because you have a base, I will also make mention that if you take the time to add it to your base, you could also, theoretically, create a portal in your base, because there's the portal headquarters feature, dimensional portal specifically. That'll allow you to enter this space.
You know, that is really funny and kind of a slightly different direction than what I was planning to do with the information, maybe. Because I've been working on something. I've been working on an item I call the monochrome locator. It is literally it is a item that is it's a senses power that is highly limited. It is with the extras I've been adding, it's loud as shit. It takes your whole attention to use. However, it is fully tuned to the energy frequency to locate monochrome. It gives you a mental link to its exact location.
That's hilarious.
I found how to do it, and I'm like, oh shit, this is really good. So it's possible, and so yeah, penetrates concealment. It has a stupidly high range. It's very accurate. Mental link to its exact coordinates with this like energy frequency, and it costs 2 points. But the trade-off, it's loud as shit and requires your entire attention to use.
Amazing. Also, can we spend PowerPoints on Alex's base, or is that purely a his thing?
Yeah, you guys can spend points together on a base, I believe.
If you can't, I feel like you should be able to.
I agree. I mean, I guess, is headquarters like a advantage you need to take?
No, it's an equipment thing.
Yeah.
It's like a subsection of equipment.
It is a piece of equipment that I have invested equipment points into.
Yeah, you put power points into equipment points, and then you put equipment points into headquarters points.
It's annoying as shit, yeah.
Yeah. The only thing I will say is you would have to, like, whatever things you're adding to the base, you have to kind of add as a separate thing. You can't, like, for instance, to make a to like add trait points to a certain thing, you can't aggregate together. But if you wanted to like add a dock for water vehicles to the base, you could just buy that yourself for a base. So whatever powers you buy individually all go to the one base.
Okay.
Because the alternative too to remember is you're also adding it to your own sheet, maybe, because like you got to make sure statted wise you're not basically giving me PowerPoints.
Right.
Yeah, because that's the other part is because if it's being added to my sheet and I'm increasing the level of the HQ, because I think HQ level matters, maybe because every fucking number in this game matters.
Yeah,
apparently.
to some degree.
You basically will have to make a HQ level, but not really, and then do HQ and like equipment point things. You'll just have to keep it separate. If we were playing a longer game, it would matter more. But because this is like our last 2 sessions, it doesn't actually matter.
Well, it does, but only for like if you're trying to reach for something that's like particularly expensive base wise.
And nothing's particularly expensive base wise.
Well, that's not true because you can invest a lot of points into a computer because it can become a minion.
That part is cool. I never pictured Lockdown with like a like a base AI. I think he'd get very annoyed with AI. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily even have to be AI. It can just be a super advanced computer. It's just if you want it to have special capabilities, it needs either minion or sidekick points.
That'd be the bit that he'd want. If it has AI, then it has to, you know, if it could talk to him, he wouldn't trust it. It's probably spying on him. However, all these computers that you guys are using, super secure. And also illegal. All the computers you're holding do contain at least like a hefty handful of government classified information.
Nah, we're not using it for that.
Lockdown, Crusher, you are holding inside of that computer the complete database of the FBI circa 2022.
What right space Harrison Ford?
Do not take that outside of this like location. Otherwise, you might get immediately arrested.
I didn't think about it, but now I won't, especially. He just shuts the computer and just puts it back.
Hey, we're not done yet.
It's
opens
secure.
it back up.
It's secure in this building, but you know, just letting you know.
Okay.
I don't know why. I hear in the AI computer thing, I just have this mental image of like hearing like Jarvis in the background, welcome home, and I just see a hammer flying through a screen.
Trust that shit. It like, welcome home, sir. Hope you had a good day. It was not a good day. Don't presume that.
I mean, if you're making the AI, you wouldn't make it like that.
It might turn into that, or he'd make it like that and then be upset he made it like that the next day because he got 2 hours of sleep like normal. He woke up on the wrong side of the workbench that day.
But all right, so you made a breakthrough 3 days, and actually, before I move on to this next story a bit, I do believe was that. Oh no, we did get the Crusher and Sasha investigation. Okay, good. So you guys have been making some progress, though. For at least looking into this extra dimensional stuff, Lockdown Celestine, you start getting into the more nitty-gritty parts of it. You've been able to do the wide spectrum of like, you kind of understand what you're looking at now. You comprehend to some degree the traits of this extra dimensional travel. But now comes the hard part of trying to invent tech that can properly interact with it. The DC for you guys has increased to DC 25. And it hasn't been relevant up until this point. It's probably still not relevant for you two anyway. But if you guys fail any of these checks, you come to an immediate dead end and your investigation ends until you find some other important bits of information. So,
oh God.
Be aware. This is not something that you will just eventually get.
Mm-hmm.
Fine, it's fine. We got this.
Yeah. We at the moment we can't fail.
Yeah. You're smart. You guys are very smart. And thus, you know, this is more or less within your purview. Granted, it just takes a lot of time and effort. Mm-hmm. So new aid checks for the day.
32.
Okay. That is only 2 degrees of success. So +2 to your check. Lockdown.
Did we just both roll 7s? No, to 3. What am I on?
Okay.
That is a 28.
28. You
No, it's
have
31.
you have a +19.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
29 plus 2 for 31.
That's impressive.
It
Yeah.
is. And that already upgrades you to the next level. And Crusher, a check. All right, so that's +3, +5, so +8 in total. That's 24. Okay, that is 1 degree of success. So +2, Sasha. All right, 22.
Oh, I'm starting to get a headache.
Well, this is after days of looking into it, but you know.
Oh, yeah, we're getting headaches from looking at the screens for too long.
Yeah.
Do you guys not have computer glasses?
Eli, look like I can afford that.
This is why you all just need to start wearing power suit helmets regularly.
Again, do I look like someone who can afford that?
I'm a multi-millionaire and your friend.
And I have never asked you for handouts.
You should start. If you have a rich friend, you should mooch.
Yeah. I gave you $500 for your own suit,
I know.
Crusher. Don't make that noise at me.
Well, no, I just can't. I'd feel bad for you for asking for more help.
Speaking of, could I have $10,000?
Why?
He shrugs.
I'll think about it.
It'd be fun.
I'll think about it.
He just keeps working.
We'll have this discussion when this is all over.
Oh, I mean, Lockdown is already thinking, like, alright, well, might just make a really basic version of his power suit, like helmet. It's super useful. What if we get little uniforms that are just, lockdown suit, but for everybody.
Don't forget to eat, Celestine.
I'm not locked down.
No, but you do get focused and you do forget sometimes.
I haven't eaten today, you're right. Damn it.
You want a snack? He just pulls out snacks from his pocket.
I'm good.
You want pocket snacks?
It's in a plastic bag.
What?
Ooh,
Why do you have a
peasant
plastic
food.
bag in your pocket?
Well, it's full of snacks. Why would I put
Yeah,
the
you don't want
snacks
crumbs
You're
in your
in Lockdown's base. Put it in the cupboard.
No, they have to walk to the cupboard.
Yo.
So I grabbed you tea
freaks.
this morning.
Anyways, I would prefer just a balanced meal at the moment. I'll be back. Cam, music stopped.
Oh, it did. Yeah, it was because YouTube sucks.
At least it didn't go to a copyrighted song.
True.
Yeah.
I've learned the tech. Anyway, so after this 4th day of investigation, Lockdown and Celestine, you have cracked some of the code. You can manufacture a breach device if you come across one of these tears again. Unfortunately, due to your research, you know the one at the hotel is probably no longer viable for this. You have between a 24 and 48 hour period after a breach that you could potentially use this device on to open the portal. So, worst case scenario, that might be something you have to go with. But you learn that this dimensional power, it has the traits of dimension for its teleportation. This is, let's see here.
Whoa.
Its traits are dimensional and light spectrum. What this power does is interesting. It slips you into a photonic resonant dimension. What that means loosely is anyone who enters into this dimension, pretty much them and all their cells vibrate and behave like photons, allowing them to move through matter in a sense. Which means as a teleportation power, there's not much that you couldn't get to through this dimension, making it very good for infiltration and other types of effects as well. You also know that this is highly damaging to a person's cells who enter into this space. Your matter's not designed to work that way, and if you stay in that space for too long, you will just kind of discorporate and die. Your very mass being converted into light energy.
Can I tell if my genome shit being all fucky wucky would speed up the process of that, or not at all?
I mean, there's likely a chance that if you were under constant exposure, like doing this for not long enough to be fatal, but doing it frequently enough to like cause a problem, yeah, you would probably develop cancer faster than anyone else who uses this frequently. But
got it.
As far as like the fatal period, it would be, mathematically speaking, such a small fraction of a second that there would be no difference between you and another person.
Okay.
So, but yeah, probably not a space you should frequent often.
Got it.
Do you tell everybody this, or?
No, we keep this to ourselves.
You take out the hard drive and dump it in the bath.
Yeah.
No one needs to know.
Of course we tell you. As well, we don't know if it's like bestowed magic or psychic yet, or something like that? We just know
this is not magic. I mean, this is like a power. It's with the traits of light spectrum and dimensional. So those are its relevant traits, rather. Whether it's a mutation or some other effect, I don't. Well, actually, you know what? We can ask. Monochrome, what is your lore for your light ability? Is it some kind of like cosmic force, or does your light have any specific traits?
It is technically mutation, but like that's what it used to be, and now it's more experimental induced.
So bestowed?
Yeah.
Bestowed, yeah. I don't know how you would be able to register that through data, but you do get all the traits, so you do know that much at the very least. So, unfortunately, I'm really good at just making up fake science shit, but that I don't know how you would be like, yes, this energy makes me feel like it came from a mutant.
Comparing it to all the different types of dimensional travelers that we have, but different ways of getting that travel.
You looking at a super zoomed in particle of energy and then going, zooming out a little and it forms DNA. And you go, I knew it. Genetics.
It's a mutant. This came from a weirdo. Well, the problem is that you guys just do not have access to like so much information. So like comparing it even in that degree would be hard, but you do know the traits. You do know that this is it seems manufactured in some way that I cannot describe.
Okay.
So
also, I have told everyone that I was experimented on at some point.
then in that case, you have a feeling that whoever is working on, or whoever kidnapped Monochrome might be connected to those experiments.
And there was no mention of Monochrome going through the Tremblay.
No, he was not infected by the Silver Storm.
Okay.
As far as you know, he was born, he mentioned it before, he was born with the powers and then were experimented on afterwards.
I'm just making sure it wasn't my parents that experimented on him.
Not this time. Your war criminal parents didn't do anything this time in this case.
Thank God.
Whoa, so like just because your parents are criminals, they're connected to every crime?
Yes.
I mean, to be fair,
Apparently.
they're connected to the military.
I mean, to be fair, the data from their experiments may have been relevant here, but you don't know. It's hard to say.
I also don't know Monochrome's real name.
Nope.
And he would have only picked up Monochrome after the experiments.
Yeah, I can just see light-based powers.
No.
And- okay.
Hospital records of a child born of pure light.
Yeah, you have a...
I
Very
told you all that I
specific
wasn't born light. I was a normal person. We've had this conversation.
And we've told you that you're wrong.
You don't know
We
who you
told-
are.
We told you that
We
your
know.
origin story was incorrect.
We've been watching you this whole time.
Anyway, your investigation has gone up to the next step, so you do have this technology that can allow you to breach the space if such an event comes up. But you're not quite there at the manufacturing a gate or creating protections yet. And unfortunately for you both, your DC has increased again to DC 30.
Okay. I still can't fail it.
All right, so helpers help.
Can we switch who's leading the investigation?
Mm-hmm. Of
Do
course.
you want to do that? Well, I mean, I
You
guess we still
got big ol' thing.
technically can't fail because I'll just give you a +2. It'll then make it a 31.
Once it gets a little crazier.
Okay, I'll continue helping.
Yep.
32.
Okay. And I believe aid works on at least, yeah, it does. So, +2.
Oh,
Cool. All right, 37. Big jump. You feel like you're there. You feel like just one more day. Yeah, 189 of 200.
oh.
Crusher,
More day.
I appreciate you being a good egg and always posting that.
Oh, no problem.
Damn, 32.
32, and that is 3 degrees of success, so +5, Sasha. Not bad.
29.
29.
Crusher holds up his hand for a high five.
Oh,
Left hanging.
ow.
I know.
Oh. I get secondhand embarrassment.
The
Crusher
Crusher
looks
slowly
over it.
lets his hand down, just
No,
looks down
I-
super sad.
I fly across the room and high five you and fly back.
Yes! Thank you.
Can't let my homie down.
It was gonna become a thank you that would haunt him at 3 a.m., but you saved him. Thank you.
All right, so your guys' investigation has borne fruit, finally. So, doing your investigation, it's been a grueling process. This has been, what, 5 days into just looking up anything you can. You looked up, the way the person looked, the type of material for their boots, all kind of stuff, and it is really more by grace of just combing the internet, even going into the dark web, because it's like, these computers don't really have any of your like private material on it anyway.
I think I get past the lockdown security system first.
Yeah, and even if they do, they're programmed to self-destruct, so.
Literally.
So you might have like one of the laptops or two just kind of just blue screen and die forever on you. But
why do you think half of those piles of laptops are broken?
I thought you were scrapping them for parts, in all honesty.
That's some of the reason, but you look and there's a chunk of them that have just kind of cartoon holes in the side of like the screens.
But you do manage to find a dark web forum dedicated specifically to the monitoring and recording of secret government groups. And you manage to find an image that has someone with a very similar look to the one you had come across before. The group in question is, there's nothing known about them, at least in an official scale. You don't even know like what their government code name would be or anything like that. But on this forum in question, they have been given the code name Black Site. You've been able to do some research on them. Very, very hard research, because not even every like dark web forum even uses the same moniker for them, but most of them do. And this Black Site organization, given its name due to the fact that every agent they've caught, or they have like some image of or whatever so far, has always been wearing the full dark suits, and they're always only found in dark spaces. They only seem to strike when the lights are out, more or less. And there's some theories that maybe they have some dark related power or tech, something. This site, or this organization in question, seems to be specifically targeting heroes or just, gifted citizens or super citizens who seem to have any kind of power based on light spectrum stuff for some reason. Many missing cases go around this. There's also a kooky theory that they are an organization specifically designed to monitor and suppress any like dimensional / light speeds heroes or supers in general, for fear of, if their powers didn't work correctly, they could just cause nuclear explosions by the act of moving.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying about, the whole kind of breaking physics by some powers just acting.
I don't getting to this point. Sasha's like, I don't think Faro's going to be able to save us from this one.
I don't think so either, even though he's an amazing lawyer.
He's good, but I don't think he's this good.
Oh shit! Should we tell him about Monochrome?
I thought you already did.
Need to know everything.
No.
Well, I'm staring at a screen. I'll take a break and look at another screen.
I mean, Lockdown said he doesn't need to know everything.
Yeah, we'll just drop this all on him when we find out exactly everything we're dealing with.
if we need to infiltrate like a government agency, I guess we can ask them about the legal ramifications of it.
If it's
Like, I
going
know
to
the
turn
answer.
illegal, then we can bother him.
Now, it also helps if he knows that we're off to go do something, so if we vanish, he knows that we're doing something.
True.
Also give you all a fun fact about monochrome in this particular instance. So, you know, having people who are like living, not Hydron
Hadron colliders?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a large hadron collider.
Hadron colliders. Having people who are moving like hadron colliders is incredibly dangerous because, you know, matter striking matter at near light speeds can kind of create like unstable miniature black holes and stuff like that. And imagine a lot of atoms doing that all at once. The reason why monochrome is alive today is because he can make photons actually move slower than they're supposed to, only going, you know, like what's your speed? 600,000 something miles per hour?
Like 64,000 miles per round.
So you move slow enough not to be killed on sight, which is ironic. Just a fun fact.
Well, that's nice to know. It's also nice to know that essentially the Anima Illuminati kind of exists.
Pun probably not intended, but very well appreciated.
I mean, that's just one of their names too.
I know.
Yeah. I off top of my head forget what the main name for them is.
Well, there's several because the Illuminati is actually a different organization for a different piece of Gaia, technically speaking.
I know that was one of the names I saw also attributed to them. But there is another Illuminati.
Yeah, there's three. There's three powers in the shadow.
Oh, that's it.
There's Imperium, which is probably the one you're more familiar with.
The ones that'll like come down and get you if you start like wasting areas with like too powerful with your magic. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, so well, and they're in charge of Gaia. They're in charge of the human dimension for more or less. Illuminati, and then I forget what the other one is. Are a part of different parts of Gaia. And they have like this whole they can't affect each other clauses and all kinds of stuff. It's very interesting. Let's see, what time is it actually? Let's get these last rolls out of the way. That'd be a good time for a break. So, aid check.
Our DC hasn't changed?
It has not changed.
Okay.
Okay, that is +2.
Oh!
All right, 40. All right, just do...
Puts us at 229?
229, correct.
Let's go.
And Crusher.
Oh! 20.
Well, your DC has increased similarly. Let's see. 19, 24. That's a failure.
Oh, hero
Damn.
point.
You could hero point. You would need to get above a 10.
But If you hero point, you automatically get 10 if you roll below it.
Yeah, but
Oh yeah, technically if you hero point, you actually can't. No, if you roll a 10, nothing changes.
Oh.
But if you roll under a 10, you add 10.
Yeah.
yeah, so as long as you have a 5% chance of doing nothing
Yeah,
and wasting it.
but you can do so.
5% is really low.
Yeah, it's pretty low.
But not impossible.
I mean, I rolled a 2 and then a 2 last night, so.
True, it was funny.
Yeah, but that's gonna happen.
So you gonna do it, Crusher?
Okay.
Just go for it.
Success. Alrighty. That is +2 to your check, Sasha. I don't think that makes it, sadly.
Nope. Hey, I'm happy we got as far as we did.
Same.
Are you gonna use a hero point?
I already used mine to find out what happened to you.
Yeah, Suzanne edited a scene earlier with it.
It's really sad.
All right, so unfortunately, finding much more information feels like an act in futility. You don't see a way forward, and your investigation unfortunately comes to an end. You did find something though. That's worth mentioning. Though the other side, you did beat your DC by, I will call it like a extra level of success.
Booyah!
Let's go!
So, during this time, with this investigation in mind, you guys can collaborate. There's
Collaboratively.
Oh no, he's having a stroke. Guys, help him.
Collaboratively.
I'm kidding.
Yeah,
T.
collaboratively. Is that bruh in the middle
Yeah.
of it? Collaboratively can create a device, some tech, based on light spectrum power stuff or this new dimensional thing, with 5 hero points rank, or 5 power points. There you go.
You said you only have 2?
I got 2 right now, like, able to spend, which I was going to make with my original idea, the monochrome locator.
I'm maxed out.
But if we want to make a teleport thing, what I can do instead
Well, so you can't use your points for this one. This is like a separate device from your character sheets.
Yeah, it's like we have 5 points.
Yeah, you have
that
5
you're
power
giving us.
points to make a device. You don't have to necessarily do it right now.
Oh.
I got a hero sheet right now. I can get to tinkering.
Yeah, you know this stuff better than I do. You can have full control over that. I'll just roll dice when I need to.
Because we're thinking of a teleport. What's the idea?
Well, so in addition to this extra device, you now have the tech to make the portal device for your base, and you can tune your teleporter to allow people in, and you can make a suit that can help prevent death in this space. Essentially, the suit extends the period of time you can be in this space to around half an hour.
All right. Damn. Alrighty.
And by the time you're done with this investigation, you've already kind of been like testing it. So we can say that as far as this is concerned, your teleporter has the unique ability to enter into this space for essentially it just kind of changes the traits for your teleportation gun in a way.
Yeah, I can just. Hey, you know, I was already thinking about it'd be funny, like he just changes some of the settings, makes it a little bit better, but he's just gonna shoot everybody into the light dimension.
And you have the suits as you need it and everything, so you don't really need to do necessarily more, though. If you want to add the portal like device in your base as a thing you could use, which may be handy, considering that it just kind of allows you to just go through matter on a level that's pretty much untouchable.
You know, that would be a lot more convenient than me shooting one of my henchmen and then they have to walk back when we have to go get McDonald's. Because that's all we use our teleporter tech for right now.
Well, the hard part is, so, like, unlike other teleportation, this doesn't necessarily teleport you a distance. It teleports you into a different dimension. So,
well, does it teleport me to a McDonald's dimension, Cam?
I mean, if you teleport into that dimension and then go to where the McDonald's would be in that dimension, sure.
Well, we'll have to do some exploration. Right now, our teleporter is used for food runs. We'll have to find a food dimension.
Yes.
I will say, in addition to all this as well, so this light space, we'll call it for simplicity's sake. So this light space in question, when you enter into it, you kind of enter into a loose, like, void-like space. You can't really perceive anything in this space. You feel motion, but there's no gravity, there's nothing. You essentially kind of enter a more science-based ethereal plane in a way. Fortunately, your helmet can kind of look into real space. So that being said, with proper guidance, you could move people through pretty much anything and then come out the other side as long as you have the right gear to, you know, facilitate moving in and out of this space.
I also already have adapt to an environment, which I can at least, which already gives me like protection in areas, but it does specifically mention like you can still suffocate and you will still like go through certain things. So I know I would need something specifically immunity to stuff, which at least with what you specified, we would have the 30 minutes pure protection with my little adaptation I can create.
Yeah,
nice.
More or less.
My combat suit does give me some immediate benefits, at least. That is nice to see. I've prepped a little.
More or less, this, rather than teleportation, this gives you the effect of the rank 4 incorporeal, or insubstantial ability incorporeal.
All right, but this 5 points for a power is like, what would be a good application of it?
I don't know. You essentially just got free 5 power points to make some kind of tech device. And if I know anything about tech in this game, 5 power points can go a long way if you're making a device. So
yeah, it's just like, what would be useful?
You know, you could, in theory, make a speed enhancing suits to make someone really, really fast. Or give someone flights. You know, like, there's a lot of things this actually could do related to light potentials. So
100%.
It's just the hard part in this game is it's like, all right, I've given you power points to use in relative to this keyword. It's like, okay, what can I do with that? anything, really.
It's
I
not.
mean-
It's not the fact of you've taken the guardrails off. Go crazy. I'm like, oh hell yeah! I have points to create something. Easy. I can come up with ideas. It's more of what is going to actually help us in the upcoming like session. Because I don't want to make a thing and then immediately be like, damn, that didn't do anything. That didn't help. That's more where I'm like, I want to make something useful.
I will give you a little hint at the very least. You are going to be dealing with some people who seem to have some method of manipulating light in some form or fashion for who knows what ends. Coming up with a counter plan might be really good, or something that is particularly effective against such kinds of powers.
Ah, okay. Yeah. That is a... I might have to make a method of making my friends actually able to do something to them.
So, Lockdown, have you gone up against the government before?
In what regard?
Government groups.
Not in the way that they've arrested me, but I have stolen information from them.
Do you think they'll recognize you in your current gear?
I hope not. If I've ever caught an inkling that a file has started or anything like that, I've minorly adjusted some things here or there. I've done my best to try to limit my actual, I guess, digital footprint. To my knowledge, I am off the grid.
Okay.
How many days did that take us?
6 days.
Jesus.
Damn.
Cracked multi-dimensional travel and built a special device in 6 days. And figured out like how to track it. That's wild. We're smart.
Well, technically, you adapted portal tech to go into this dimension. You don't have the actual teleporter or like portal device quite yet. And
We have
to be fair, yeah, you guys did. You guys are very smart by like normal people standards. The rolls you were making were well above and beyond what a person could aspire to normally. Like a DC 25 in this system is like a super related, like super difficulty check. I'm pretty sure. No, sorry, a formidable check. And 30 is a heroic check. So
Yeah, and you also didn't do that in like our real world where it would be impossible. You did it in a world where technology similar to it does exist and there's a foundation for it.
true.
counter argument. You're not here.
You hear that in the back of your head, the memory of Monochrome telling you to fuck off.
Monochrome would never say fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you were to do this all from scratch, it'd be more like a DC 40. So it's something that, you know, it would have been like inventing the light bulb before it was a thing. Like, really, really hard to do in a week. Unless you just happen to know all the right parts to it. But, yeah. And also, you know, like I said, you both are, by many standards, like, skill level-wise, incredibly intelligent. So, if it was Crusher and Sasha working on this, they would have figured out that it was some kind of light tech maybe, and then been like, all right, that's it. I don't really know how we could reverse engineer this.
I could have done it.
I'm sure.
Roll
Roll for me a tech or investigate right now. Your highest one.
I'll do it later when I feel like it.
He's not here right now, Cam.
Yeah, I can.
That's fair. That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. We are 2 hours in. Do you all want to take a 10-15 minute break?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okie dokie. We'll be back in about 10-15 minutes, and we'll move on with the plot. Things are getting interesting.
Woo.
So we'll be right back.
Damn, doesn't care about Buddha or Alicia.
Nope. All right, I'm back. We're live. Sorry about that. Well, extended bathroom break. Is Booter actually here? Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. His character is not on the scene.
He was talking. Oh yeah, I gotta.
Oh God, Cam
continue
kidnapped
writing.
him IRL.
I gotta continue filling out thing. There was the important thing I gotta ask you though, Cam, to make sure everything's correct.
Sure.
You gave me a tag. The tag was light, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. I have created a power.
Okay.
I also gave it a fun name because of Celestine's influence.
Okay.
The power is called the light switch.
Okay.
It is a nullify effect. I do not have it fully statted out in Foundry yet. I made it on Hero Sheet, so I will just have to describe it. I'm working on it. It is a rank 8 nullify.
Okay.
This is some of the other stuff I had to do. And it has increased to perception, because I really like that. It's incurable. Sustain and selective, because specifically, selective, everybody but monochrome.
That does not count as being selective.
Well, then I will pick everybody but monochrome.
Yes, it selective is like in the moment you select who it affects.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So I will do the same thing, but with more words.
So if you have selective, you can change who it affects every time you use it.
I see.
You
I
can
see.
have it affect monochrome if you want for some reason.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if it was like a flaw or something.
No, selective is an extra. It's only there so I can make sure he's not being affected by this power, because it is it's his nullification bomb, but highly activated, like, or amplified, so it's sound based. And then for flaws, it's, you know, removable. It's limited because he has like the one bomb really that's being activated.
Mhm.
It's noticeable. You can hear it. It takes an action to actually turn on. It's sense dependent because, you know, senses. And then it's limited. He has the one. So if it's destroyed, it's destroyed.
How did I influence the name?
He normally doesn't come up with fun names for things.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the name the light switch. Like I had
No.
good inspiration. Okay.
Just we worked on it, and then he would have come up with a boring name if he made this in isolation. But this is 5 points total.
Okay.
And I would, the one bit that's really like messing with it, or at least like point wise, is that selective, but I just really don't want to fuck with monochrome. Because man, that light, the fact it is a sound based, like really big AoE thing, will fuck with you. So I want to make it selective.
Yeah, that'll mess me up.
Exactly. Also, the bit I was struggling with is I think nullification is a will save, essentially. I think it's willpower. I could change it to like fortitude, whichever that one is. I could change its save. That one's free. I just was not, I was like, which would be a better saving throw?
I feel like these guys, I don't know, because they're probably like intelligence officers and stuff. So I think like will is probably way stronger
well,
for them.
The nullify is
they-
against either the target's effect rank or the target's will defense, whichever is higher.
Yeah, nullify may because if I take alternate resistance, which costs 0 points, nullify may require fortitude rather than a will check to represent an effect resisted by health and stamina rather than strength of will. That is the
so
effect I can add to
it's
it.
more relevant if the ability they're using is not as strong as like their stats. If it's a really strong ability they're using, you're just going up against the rank of the ability.
So
And it
the
seems
alternate
like it'll be
resistance
strong.
wouldn't do anything.
It might. It depends. It depends on what ability, because this also seems to work on any light-based effect, right?
Yeah, because for Nullify to work, as we discovered, I have to
Mhm.
attach it to a tag.
Right.
And the tag I'm attaching to it is light.
Right. Yeah. So they could have a wide range of what light power they might use. So
is alternate resistant worth adding to it? Because from what you're describing, it sounds like it's kind of, I don't know.
Well, so if they have like 3 powers that have the light tag, one super high level, they'll use the rank effect on that, but their other ones are low level, they'll use either will or fortitude.
yeah. They seem like military personnel, but they might just have generally high stats. So
Yeah.
it might not
Especially
be
since-
sufficiently different.
Yeah, it seems like they're like intelligence officers. Their will like strikes me as the one that would be high, but then their power that like destroys their molecules probably takes real good for it.
So it's good either way. I think I don't think there's a bad choice.
Yeah,
But if you're
I only
spending a
ask-
point that you don't,
I'm not. It's
Yeah.
it's free. It was more like, is it worth it to care?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
At least not in this situation.
Okay.
And to be fair, in combat, you could always, if you find out they have a one particularly bad stat, you could always just add a rank to a power as a extra effort. So
That's true. All right, let's actually create this dang old power in here.
But all right, you guys have a device that can nullify. You can open a portal and teleport people to the light dimension. Now you just gotta find out where Monochrome is.
Well, if y'all want to do your own investigation, here's what we got.
Well, that's what the monochrome finder is for.
If you made such a device.
I have the points for it, and it's already statted. So I theoretically could make the monochrome detector.
I say
Yes.
just go for it.
Sure. You know what? Let's see. Yeah, you know what? It's all statted out. I again would have to move it to Foundry, but for 2 points, I have a monochrome detector.
Okay.
I probably have enough just data on monochrome as well to make this more linked, but there's another device that is created. He pulls it out, and the first device is one of his normal bombs that he's like set out. It's like a big old bomb that kind of like there's like an exact kind of image I'm thinking of. It's like almost like one of those cartoon bombs you'd see, like maybe like the Incredibles, ones that like you throw out that like maybe pops open, beeps a few times.
Oh yeah.
With like a little bit of a key, but then this one has like a keypad on it. You can like type in some info. This one is bigger, bulkier, and has and he has a little like basically slot he's hollowed in on his armor that he like basically pumps it in on like his hip, that it just will slot in so he doesn't have to hold it for the bomb. However, he then pulls out essentially a tiny little like, essentially, because it's the best image I can think of, a stalker from like the video games, little detector, this weird little handhold radar dish thing that can boot up, and it goes beep, 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 like really loud. And it's like a little dish is like swinging around really fast, and you hear like more just high-pitched whistling and like a loud as like it's wiggling around.
Can you turn that
It's
down?
annoying. No, I cannot. I made this quickly. And on the screen is like this bright green, probably like not safe to actually like hold up close to you. As it has a like radar readout of like the direction, the distance, the dimension that he's in, and a like basically a little Google Maps like indicator too. It is showing him like a Google Maps directions for walking there. All of that readout on this thing.
It auto finds him, not even a roll.
Yeah.
How? just so I know.
It detects at range, penetrates concealment, finds him with mental accuracy.
You said detects at range?
That's the power effect for senses.
Can you post it? I want to see it.
I don't have it on Foundry.
Uh-oh.
I've been making this on the
Screenshot?
side. It would be the same as telling you it's detect at range.
Fair.
What's
I have
detect
to
at
find.
range?
That's the thing. I have to find where it is on senses. Because I can read it through a thing I've been using, D20 Hero SRD. Let me find senses.
Because there's
Senses.
detect.
Here we go.
Oh,
Direct
I see.
falls
You
on-
can sense a particular item or effect by touch with a perception check. Detect has no range and only indicates the presence. Choose what type of sense. For 2 ranks, you can detect things at range. You still need to make a perception check
Okay, that's fair.
in
I
order to
can
find
e-
them.
I can
Also,
easily do that.
it's -1 to the check per 10 feet modifier to the perception check.
Oof. But what if this thing is tuned? Because I did make it with a lot of flaws. It is only tuned to one person. Just one guy.
Yeah.
Would that help?
I mean,
Make it better?
it gives you the flaw, sure.
Just like, make it more possible.
Well, what you would need to do is you would need to add probably enhanced, I think. Enhanced trait. And you'd have to enhance perception.
But
That would
that still
be-
can't go over 22 total.
Yeah.
It can only max out your perception.
Yeah. Well, I don't. What's Monochrome's, or not Monochrome? What's Lockdown's perception?
It's a plus 19.
Oh, so you're almost max anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, you would just have to make a DC 10.
Easy
So-
as shit in my life.
DC 10. Well, DC 10
-1 for every 10 feet.
-1 for every 10 feet. So if it's 100 feet away, it's -10 to your roll.
That's so fair. I also do want to specify, I do have the modifier. 'Cause I think. Wait, did it have?
So now you just have
No,
to
just-
drive all around the city,
No, it doesn't.
constantly using this thing.
It has a really big range. 'Cause ×4 is a big range, I assume.
Well, okay, so I will ×4. Oh, it's
I assume-
ranged. You can sense. Oh, the extended sense effect. It's extended sense.
I assume because of I just know anything about like how the scaling of this game goes. I assume it's a lot.
I don't know. To do the high speed vision stuff was I had to get a lot more ranks in that than I was expecting.
Okay, so if you get the extended range effect
Yeah, check that.
and you did it, so let's see. It's so how many points in extended range did you add?
It is 4 with times 4.
Okay. So
yeah.
it would be for every 40 feet you get a -1 rather than every 10.
Oh, I can't pierce dimension and find him.
Well, fortunately, you don't have to pierce dimension. You can go to that dimension.
And then find him.
Yeah.
But then you do have to drive around the city in that dimension looking for me.
That's true. At the very least, we won't be, depending on where we land, we won't be fucked up too much. So, I got this device, and it'll help. And I also go through the stuff of like the other upgrades we talked about, making sure everyone can travel there safely for that like 30 minutes. So I got the suits for my henchmen. We can just requisition them for a short period of time.
Alrighty.
Okay. I think I get the what the game wants in this situation. All right. I have comprehended. My God, this this system sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Still, I mean, even if we consider like a multiplier of 10, that's 400 feet you could find monochrome at a pretty reliable roll. So, you know. But I will say, if you go to the site where monochrome was taken, you could probably track him in the other dimension. And so it's definitely possible. So you guys just need to get ready, I guess, to go find monochrome.
Yeah.
Is there anything you need to do before that? You should do it now.
Nope. Sasha's got all of his stuff ready.
I think I'm good.
The crusher is ready.
I'm just working on the power thing that I'm gonna use soon.
Fair. But all right. Well, when you're all suited up and ready to go, you head back to the White Wolf Lodge. And it's easy enough. The suite isn't taken too often, so you can just rent it again for a day. No major problem there. Celestina is rich enough where it shouldn't cause any financial duress.
Are the White Tigers still here, or did they go home?
They've gone home. They probably went home like not too long after the zombie incident.
Phew. I thought we were gonna get in a fight again.
Don't need them jumping into the light dimension.
We just sensed them suddenly.
And then, once you're in the room, Lockdown can tune the teleporting device to this dimension and send you all in.
Yeah. He tunes his experimental like rift gun, and with how it's kind of set up, he basically one by one shoots everybody and then himself. Because it is a gun, so.
All right. So, to simplify things a little bit and not to make this extremely tedious, technically, this dimension, the light dimension, you can't see. Ironically, light doesn't exist, at least in this dimension, as you would normally be able to perceive it. It's kind of like an empty space in a way. But due to that also leaves any particle effects, because there's no such weathering from any kind of outside forces. So, thanks to Lockdown's helmet that can perceive at a microscopic level, you can begin tracking where Monochrome and the spy, assassin, whatever, went.
The black site operative.
Yeah, the black site operative.
Do we have to daisy chain hold hands so we don't lose each other?
Kind of. So
Yeah.
this dimension is weird. You're all essentially in a void. You can't even see each other. You can touch each other, but you can't even speak to each other normally. You're matter in existing in a dimension that has no matter. And moving through this dimension is tricky, to say the least. Because due to how light works, space doesn't really make sense here. I'll put it. It doesn't work, mathematically speaking. Because you are technically where Monochrome was taken and dropped off simultaneously. And for Lockdown, who has goggles that can perceive like the normal world, probably how the operative managed to do so, your intent of movement expands and contracts outside space. And it's very jarring. Cause it's not like it's not something as simple as like you can perceptually move outside at like a ridiculous space. It's more like, imagine you're watching a movie and you're looking off at a mountain in the distance. To move to that mountain, the various like pine needles, trees, bits of rock all stretch and warp in your direction. And then you have to calibrate it until they come into focus, and now you're there. It's complicated, to say the least. So complicated, in fact, as first-time travelers in this dimension, you will need to make a DC 30 perception check to accurately go where you're trying to go.
All of us or just one of us?
Just Lockdown.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, here's where you guys die.
Well, I do have a hero point still.
Might
I
want to
never
use
used
that.
it. I did not.
Yeah.
I will utilize.
Otherwise, that's we're coming for you, Lockdown. Just poof.
yes.
All right.
30.
So, simultaneously, yeah, the DC is 30, so it's a very hard check. Because not only are you tracing, like, particles in this dimension, but you're also trying to end in a decent spot out. Like, you're perceiving two dimensions at once. It's very jarring. It's very hard. But you're incredibly smart, and your helmet also dramatically helps you in this situation.
Oh, thank you, helmet.
Though, so your perception, it takes a little bit of time. You kind of like stretch shrink your perception a great distance until you seemingly are kind of somewhere in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, or at least that's where you think it is anyway. And you finally feel like you are in the right place, though the strange, or no, you have night vision goggles, right? So you see someone in a room, and this is where the trail ends at the very least. It's a person you don't necessarily recognize, but this is indeed where the trail ends. Though as much as space doesn't make sense in this dimension, neither does time. So, I am going to roll a D100.
Oh. I hope you roll a 1.
50. No, minus 30.
Oh.
Alrighty. This determines how many minutes you spend in this realm.
Oh no.
Because for all of you, this feels rather like near instantaneous. Takes like a few moments of lockdown, kind of like maybe a few minutes at most. But that doesn't mean that time for your bodies is necessarily the same as what you're perceiving. So what's going to happen now is if this number is greater than 30, when you all arrive, you're going to need to take a toughness test against the difference plus 15. So let's hope it's not too much.
It's a D100.
Yes. I know. You know what? No, yeah, minus 30. There's more risk there.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
All right. This is actually a viable situation. You arrive literally 18 minutes in the past from when you left.
Nice.
Holy shit.
We're making great time.
Was it supposed to be minus 30 or minus 50?
Minus 30.
30.
Okay. Man, we're making good time.
We're so quick with this.
I know.
Yeah, you know, you maybe almost died, possibly.
Almost doesn't count.
Can I text myself?
Are you sure you want to do that to your current self?
Well, I mean, how would you do that on your phone?
Also, do you know how expensive the charges would be on a out of time message?
That's fair.
You go out of the country and you're already racking up dollar signs there, but
Using my new analytical tag, I quickly check the 18-minute stock difference. I text my
you can't.
later self.
This site is completely blocked from all information.
No!
Damn.
It's gonna tell myself to invest.
I don't know, your current self wouldn't believe it even if you messaged yourself.
I'd believe it was a Fed trying to get my information.
Yeah.
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 And then I'd send the text saying this isn't a Fed, and then I'd be like, that's what a Fed would say.
So this room, Is there like just one person in it?
Yes. So, Monochrome,
Hi.
describe for us. You are in a pitch
Um,
black room with your powers turned off at the moment, in a slightly drug-addled state. How does everyone find you?
So I'm pretty sure I would be completely naked because usually I don't wear clothes. I don't see why I would have worn clothes to bed. So if they haven't clothed me, I am completely naked. I'm like a chubbier guy who has very long, disheveled hair. It's like a little curly but and messed up and like hanging down my shoulders and over my face. And I have a big bushy beard that clearly has not been taken care of, and deep set eyes that with dark circles around them that look like a little crazed and very panicked. And I'm just sort of like clutching my head, like rocking and shaking a little bit and muttering to myself constantly. I look like someone who like lived in a basement for years and years and never left. I'm clearly not in a good state of mind.
I mean, all accounts, it's understandable. You went to bed, you woke up in this.
Yeah.
How? I assume I light up the room now because of my holy aura spores that give off light.
Yeah, sure. As much light as you think would be appropriate anyway.
I mean, it's enough light to give it the noticeable flaw.
Like, I really need to reiterate to y'all, the noticeable flaw isn't that you can easily perceive a thing. It's you can intrinsically know what a thing does just by looking at it, essentially.
Yeah.
That's what the noticeable flaw does.
This is just when we're stepping your angelic trait. We step out of the light dimension and you just appear in holy light.
You can just it's enough light to tell that you're an angel vibe. It's like, oh, angel.
Well, I mean, however you want it to look is fine, but it's more of like people who see you know what your effect does. That's what noticeable does.
So would that mean you'd step out first?
Okay. So this room is like, is it closed off, I assume? That we've
Yeah,
never
this
seen
is like
Yeah.
You are inside a like a deep sea bunker, essentially. This is hard, probably like foot thick steel walls, and this room specifically is got no light fixtures and no light is allowed in, more or less.
Does the door have like a window on it or anything?
No.
Nothing. Yeah.
It's a bulkhead, and the door probably has some tech that lets it like slide open.
And all right, well, seeing that, and then there's just the guy, not looking great. Well, guy, I don't know, perceive us? Does he seem that cognizant, either dimensionally or?
I don't know. Booter.
Are you guys like in my room, or are you in the other dimension?
No, they entered into this dimension. That was what the roll was
Okay.
for.
No, he's not noticing you guys.
Well, you notice familiar light spores start
He's not
gathering
paying
around your
attention to
body.
it.
Okay.
Hello. Waves hand like closer to face.
I'll like jump a little, like look up and very scared with my sunken eyes and sallow cheeks. I'm very much not in a good state. I'm like panicking and looking around very sporadically. And just sort of like on instinct, I like back off, like scooching back a bit.
This space, by the way, is about the size of like an apartment bedroom.
Oh. Okay, so we're all crammed in here.
Yeah.
Looks like from behind one of Celestia's wings. It goes, yep, that looks like him. Wait. It's monochrome.
I've been paying more attention and like hearing you guys talk about this stuff. I like squint my eyes a little and lean closer, trying to like get a good look, and as if I am trying to like remember something, search my memories, and I go, wait, it's you guys. You have to help me.
That's the plan.
I need to get out of here. You guys. And I just sort of like go back and like clutching my head.
I assume you work off of light.
The shadows are here. I need to get out of here. The shadows.
Well, then we can go back and at least take the travel through the other dimension. Probably is a better bet.
Looking more over now, you notice there is like what appears to be like a shackle or something attached to his left leg. Some kind of device.
I'd like to analyze with my good old helmet.
Okay, make a perception check. Okay. That's good enough. The shackle is pretty high tech, actually. The shackle, I think, performs. The shackle does perform a couple functions. One, keeps him in this room, prevents him from leaving, and would be impossible for a normal person to like break. But you also notice that there seems to be some kind of medical tubing going through it. He's probably being injected with some kind of serum or something. Probably the thing that's suppressing his powers.
Well, that's a problem.
Does it seem to have the same color as the serum we saw in the hotel room?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
I'm not a fan of that. And looking at just very changed monochrome, just I am going to at least attempt to get this thing off of you.
As you're thinking about this, suddenly darkness starts to fill the room. A darkness that cuts all light. The faint light that Celestine is giving off is slowly devoured by this darkness that fills the entire room, to the point that You can't see anything through your helmet anymore. Lockdown.
Oh boy. I'm going to pay extra good attention because I at least have I'll make sure it's up. Because I have danger sense, so I'll be aware if something is happening and I'm in danger.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And lockdown was like reaching out to the anklet or whatever, right?
Because I have that plus uncanny dodge.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah,
But
he
you
was
were
like
asked a question.
crouched down. Yeah, he was. He was at least he was more crouched down to you, like letting you know that if he was gonna make a move that was probably gonna look threatening.
As soon as the darkness starts coming in, I like immediately like freeze up and stiffen, and then as soon as it becomes fully dark, I just latch on to Lockdown's arms. I say, "We need to go. We need to go. The voices they're here. The shadows."
Can we hear any kind of movement in this darkness?
Nope.
Not even like lockdown move or like monochrome latching on the lockdown or anything.
Oh, you can hear each other and everything. There's just nothing else. You're not hearing any outside like energy or, like sounds. The only thing that's happened is just the room is now imperceptibly dark.
Then this chain, is it like, typical like chain linked like you would see?
No, it's more of like a fabric. It's a think a high-tech shackle.
Gotcha. Because his plan is to with being linked and it's in dark, his goal is to just disconnect it. I think Lockdown will now by like touch is going to like with a hand gonna grab for like the shackle, feel for like a place that's safe, and try to like cut it with his very cool high-tech sword.
Okay.
Like just slice it through because it has penetrating, it affects insubstantial, it's good.
Yeah, it's penetrating how much?
Penetrating 3.
Okay, and how much damage does it do?
10.
10, that's pretty good. I think we looked this up before. Material damages.
Oh yeah, and in the meantime, just for funsies,
there we go.
everyone, I added a new effect to my sword.
Oh.
Whoa.
It has homing.
Yo, wait, how the fuck does that work?
It's again because he has a computer in it. So how homing works is actually really fun. So if I miss an attack, the next attack, like on my next action, essentially it'll I can immediately make a free action and swing.
Yeah.
I think homing is only ranged.
No, it didn't say.
All right, so this is a titanium shackle. And do you have anything that increases your damage?
Unless
I think multi-attack can.
multi-attack.
Multi-attack doesn't increase damage, it increases the DC to resist the damage.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I
which
can just do power attack because like I'm not trying to hit that thing.
That's
Yeah.
true.
That's the most I'd do. I'd increase the damage by 2. It's not
Okay.
good for accuracy.
increase the damage by 2, and then multi-attack can increase the DC of the toughness check, because this thing has to roll a toughness against essentially the damage coming out at it.
It increases the toughness based on how many degrees of success you get on hitting it.
Yeah, it'll probably just be max.
I think it's +5.
Yeah, as +5 for multi-attack, I do believe.
Yeah, for like 3 degrees of success.
Yeah. It's not trying to go anywhere, so it's easy enough to hit. So that would be
Because I have to make a different roll for the actual like thing. This roll here that just happened isn't accurate. This is just to show the powers that are active.
yeah. I'm not worried about you actually hitting it. It's more of rolling the toughness or rolling against its toughness and everything. So the penetrate is good enough. It's gonna cut through the resistance it has. So it has to roll against, let's see, you said it was 10 plus 2, 12,
12.
plus 5, 17 plus 15, 32. Okay.
Woo! I am happy I increased my stats.
All right, it gets a plus 15 on its roll. Okay, that indeed it fails its toughness. Do objects Oh, okay. It's also subjected to automatically to finishing attack, which gives you an automatic +5 effect bonus
Oh,
for automatically critting it.
based. Which, yeah, that was gonna be. That is important because I do crit on a 16. So.
All right. Seems like it goes through the damage matrix normally. So you need to get 4 degrees of success. Or it needs to fail by 4 degrees. So that is 2 degrees of failure. So your first swing does cut into it, but isn't enough to break the chain. It suffers a -1 on its next one. So I have to roll again. As you are hacking away at this titanium shackle, which fortunately you have this mega sword, because otherwise if you're using another implement, this would be much more difficult.
Got a real nice sword.
Okay, and in fact, it was actually not 32, but 37 if we include the bonus critical. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, second strike is enough to break it.
That actually fits what the sword is. The sword reads the data of the titanium shackle and then like changes its edge to better cut through on the second swing.
Okay. Good thing if it's the story.
Yeah.
So you do so. The liquid sprays out and onto the floor. And monochrome ? Is free.
Does it wear off immediately, or is it
Not immediately.
still in me? All right.
It is going to be in you for who knows how long. It's
Yeah.
currently pumping through your veins.
I do not react to that at all. I'm just
And then-
grabbing onto lockdown and like begging to get let out and intermittently muttering to myself and just having a little hysterical fit.
There is then from the ground there's just like can't see you but Celestine. It's like follow my voice. Celestine. Like he's just repeating your name until you can like help find him.
Hand on shoulder. Hi.
He's under the effect of a poison or a drug. Is that something you can counteract?
Is this considered a weaken effect? Or
Should be a nullify effect, right?
Or
Yeah, technically it's a nullify effect.
And
This weakens
nullify,
its own power.
and I saw this because I specifically found an effect for it in nullify. Nullify can be affected by healing and regeneration, because if you want to get around that, you have to take incurable with nullify.
Do you know where it says that by chance?
I just know in nullify, there's a special effect called incurable that gives the effect of you cannot get rid of the nullify effect with healing or regeneration.
Oh,
We find the part that says it. Oh wait, no, apparently. Oh, that's just a. Oh, is that just a standard thing? Oh. No, that's just a incurable. It's just a standard thing. Never mind.
well, I can affect incurable if it can be healed.
Ah, I see. No, it's not a standard nullify thing. Oh, that was completely wrong.
I see.
I kept
That was wrong.
Let's see here, because this is kind of like a poison. Restorative healing favor, restore power points if removed by weakness effects with the appropriate descriptor. Wait, what is weaken? Is that a condition?
Weaken is a power.
yeah,
Weaken
and
is
it just reduces like a specific thing, like their toughness or their skills or whatever.
Okay, you know what? I'm thinking way too hard about this. This is a loose logic system. He's currently being affected by a drug or some form of thing. You just need to counteract, essentially, what's going on at the moment.
Okay.
So
Also-
you just make your healing roll, which uses your medicine, I believe.
Would it not use the power?
Oh, is it just the power? It might just be the power effect. I thought there was some skill you rolled with healing.
No.
Also, I want to point out I do have one power that doesn't get turned off by nullify.
What's that one?
It's my special eyeballs.
Which does...
Let's take a look. I have danger sense, dark vision, counters all concealment, and time sense. In case any of those are relevant.
Yeah, you can see everyone right now then, because this is
Okay.
technically a form of concealment.
Good.
Kind of. It is light based. Oh god, maybe not. Because the thing is like, it's not that this room. There's a lot of things. This room, this darkness isn't darkness by the lack of light. This is darkness that counteracts light.
Would it help if I posted the power?
No. Because it's a loose logic system problem.
And you posted it anyways.
It doesn't have to help. Just want everyone to know.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
No, you cannot see in this moment because it's not that your power is being technically nullified. It's just that light does not exist in this room in any form.
Oh, I thought you were talking about it in the idea of like older, more esoteric, like science powery system of like, we think of things in the idea of, the addition or the subtraction of energy. Light is in darkness is the subtraction of light.
Right.
But in reality, this is more like darkness is being added to a situation.
Yes.
Yeah, that's more what it sounds like.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. If darkness was a substance of some form, that is what's being filled into this room.
You're back.
So,
All right. I'm gonna feel my way over. I'm gonna pat you on the shoulder, Monochrome. It's me. And then healing spores.
Barely
Nice.
reacts when you touch him, as if he didn't even notice.
This is holy shit.
Okay.
Oh fuck! I didn't get rid of the full details in there. I did make this power cost less.
Okay, I need to roll the drugs effect. Which this is not particularly powerful. Well, maybe. I re-nullify. You know, what blows my mind is there's people who know this system like the back of their hand and can make all these arbitrations without, or adjudications without needing to look things up. I can't even imagine.
I could do it. I'm built different.
Then do it.
Yeah, do it right
I don't
now.
need to. I'm not the GM.
Cam, ask Buddha for help.
All right, tell me how this would work. How would I nullify
5.
this?
What'd you say?
5.
It's
Damn.
not.
He's good.
Visitor's effect. Okay. What is the highest rank of your light or dark based powers?
Me?
Yes.
The absolute highest?
Yes.
It's probably this one. Well, let's see. This one's rank 24, but yeah, this one's rank 56.
Is that your speed?
But I don't know if that's how this power actually works. I think it might be broken up into smaller ones. I just condensed them for ease.
Yeah, I don't think that's. Oh, it might be. Wait. Oh my god. Wait.
But if they're linked, do they add together?
No. No. It's the highest of the ranks of your powers.
Yeah. Because I think my enhanced traits, like I put all the same kinds of traits together, but I think like each stat would have its own enhanced trait power, right?
Yeah. When you tie them together.
Yeah. So it's probably 24.
What do you have 24 points in?
24 ranks
Or
in flight.
24 ranks.
In flight?
Oh, flight. Ugh. Because flight, so one of the problems with flight is this one kind of breaks generally how the system works in a lot of ways. 2 points per rank.
Yeah, because other than that, the rank is probably like 10. That's the max. Or I guess if we break these down, 14 maybe.
Need to look up movements. Oh wait, no, I don't even think it'd be movement. It'd probably be enhanced trait, right?
For what?
I'm just trying to see if like there's anything that mentions limit on effects, because
There are some powers that do.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
So essentially the problem I've run into here is like I'm just trying to like math out how this device would necessarily work. And it would have to nullify Monochrome's powers.
Yeah.
Which means it would need to roll like a contested check against the higher of either the effect rank or the target's will defense.
Do they know my powers?
Yes.
How they work? Because
Yes.
if that's the case, if they're planning to keep me in darkness, they could just nullify my dark powers, which would be much easier for you.
Yeah, sure. What's your highest dark power then?
10.
Okay.
It's my stealth
That-
one.
That does make it easier. And that's probably why they have you in this room. I'm just more smart than I knew. So 25 versus 13. You managed to cleanse the serum from Monochrome's body, allowing his powers to come back.
Okay. Then as soon as you use this on me, you notice that I'm no longer standing there. I'm just gone. And all the muttering that was happening like fades into the darkness and just disappears.
I had my so
Well,
my
yeah, do you
hand on
become
your shoulder.
insubstantial?
I can go insubstantial, yeah.
But
are
do you become insubstantial?
I think my main thing is like, yeah, probably go insubstantial and hide from all visual, all auditory, all olfactory, and all mental senses.
Okay.
olfactory smell, so you can be touched, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I
But I'm
don't.
insubstantial.
Oh, yeah. So it just.
Wait, what happened?
My hand was on his shoulder. Now his shoulder is no longer there.
That's not good.
What?
I can't see shit already.
Same here. Fuck.
What the fuck happened?
Then you just sort of hear like a voice like around just says, "We need to get out of here." I can't be here for much longer. It's very like strained and sort of like holding itself back.
Well, we're gonna need to hold hands to take you back the way we got here, so you're gonna need to become substantial.
You just like feel a hand on your shoulder.
You see her?
Yeah. So,
Okay.
Is that you?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's hope it is.
Please, let's leave quickly.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Lockdown.
How's that gonna work? Lockdown can't see to shoot us.
well, you just get a teleporter gun point blanked at you.
You fire it and it does not work.
Son of a
See.
bitch.
Fuck.
Can you? Oh, I know, because if it's darkness being added, your light nullification isn't gonna work. Fuck.
Think you can rip the door off, Crusher?
Oh, hell yeah, that's what I was thinking. You just
Well,
spun.
wait 1 second before you do anything.
Uh,
You should probably make sure that there's not water on the other side.
I hold up. Let's see. I don't have to see where I'm doing this, right? accurate. Yeah. I try to teleport to the other side of the door.
You do so.
All right. Is there? Can I see in this area?
No. It was like a darkness field has been placed over the base.
Okay, so it's not just that room then.
Correct.
I teleport back in and I sort of bump into someone and say, "It's the same out there. It's dark, dark."
Okay, if you're gonna do something, please say it, man. I just got scared you disappeared again.
I
You don't
guess
hear
break
any
that door down.
response.
Crusher goes over and rips off the door.
Wait, what'd you say, Booter?
You don't hear any response.
Okay.
All right. This door is super reinforced. So I will need either a DC 40 athletics check.
Hope your strength's good.
What's the thing for taking people with you and teleport?
It's just the amount of ranks you have.
Yeah, we
Increase
decided
mass.
it was like rank 7. You could bring another person, right?
It's like 50 pounds, I think.
Well,
Yourself
if
and
you
up to
want to
50
bring,
pounds.
if you want to bring one other person at bare minimum, you need at least like, you need. There's a thing directly for that. I have this. There's increased mass. If you just grab that, increased mass plus 4 is the bare minimum. You need to bring one other person.
All right. Well, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. There is. Well, you can't see anything, so I guess you don't know what's on the other side of the door. So let's see here. Oh, you only need 2 degrees of. Okay. Oh well, whatever, it worked before. Let's see. Yeah, so there's gonna be a DC 40 athletics check.
Okay, and I'm gonna use my super strength for this too. I'll post that.
Is it a power you activate?
Yeah, by moving, it says.
Oh yeah. You
Yeah.
can temporarily. All right, cool.
And then I'll roll
So how many ranks
athletics.
in this do you have?
Let me check. 2.
Okay. So +2 onto your check. Oh my
Yes!
god.
Yes!
Yes, let's go!
That is not enough.
Oh.
You
I
gotta
see.
do
You
it like
did
that.
critical, which did increase it to 1 degree of success more, which is 35. It DC's 40.
Oh.
That's
Is it enough to
fucked
do
up.
damage to the
Yeah.
door at least?
Yeah.
Only someone helped.
Even if we helped, I don't know if anyone's high enough to help.
Athletics is only 11?
Mine's a 9.
Yeah, he's a strength guy.
So you try your best, but this is thick steel. You guys can hear like as Crusher is doing the crushing. But it is too much for you to bear, at least alone.
Oh, I think
Oh,
I might
gosh,
have
that's-
something for this. Don't I have something that affects objects? Effects. I don't use these powers.
The flaw in our plan.
Wait, hold on. Monochrome, you have 2 sets of powers?
No response.
we really need to talk about telling your teammates things.
You know, better question, who are you?
It's probably gonna be a longer explanation when we're out of this prison.
Well, a name would be nice to go by so we know what to call him.
I guess I didn't take the thing that affects objects.
Alright, nah. Do I just roll in athletics as well? To try and assist with this?
You can. The minimum DC for aiding this, I'm gonna have to put it at DC 25.
I have 1 in athletics.
If we work together.
I have to roll a nat 20, and then I'm not even sure if that like will succeed.
Yeah, because I
That's
have a
fair.
8.
If
Why isn't your athletics 22?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Ah!
Oh,
unfortunately, you're unable to assist.
I don't
What's
suppose there's any concrete nearby, is there?
yeah?
No.
That's what I was about to ask. Dang.
and I can't try again. Fuck.
Well, you're doing all the trying right now.
Oh, okay.
Look, Dan, you've got some strength in you, right? Get over here.
Not much. I can certainly try to push a little bit.
It's close.
Oh, if he's not going to respond to a name, hey, dark, gloomy, and void being.
I'm monochrome.
Thank you. Finally, I get a name. Are you strong in that state?
You feel something bump into you, and it's person strong. It's but like weak person strong.
That better be your arm I'm feeling.
I have attributes that change in the dark. Let's see here. I was looking for some. Oh yes, I remember now. Unfortunately, I think extra effort only increases like a power's rank by 1. Let's see. Power increases effort by 1 rank until the start of the next turn. Yeah, 1 more to crush your strength is not going to be, I think, helpful. Unfortunately.
With
Yeah,
the
but-
door being bent, can we at least see hinges?
No.
Now we're doing all this effort. Crusher does have the ability to teleport people.
We just attempted a dimensional teleport and it didn't work.
I teleported outside the door and it worked.
You're also not in your normal state.
He still teleported outside, and it worked.
All right, let's
Can you
try
kill
this
the
out.
people?
Yeah, I can teleport at least one other person.
I can teleport everybody, I think.
So just poof to the other side.
You try to do so, and you smack against the wall and fall down.
Why can? Is it because your powers are now dark based?
I don't- They just tell me where to go and I go there.
What?
Who?
What?
Okay, you can't keep doing this. Who?
Come on, Monochrome.
The shadows.
Who are the shadows, please?
The shadows.
Are they like beings, people?
I think
They're
they're just
everywhere.
voices in his head.
That's
We're not
helpful.
going to get that answer. Apparently, they talk to him and tell him where to go, and he just goes. Okay. Well,
So we can break a door down, or we might have just nicely imprisoned ourselves here.
yeah.
Unless, Monochrome, there's a handy little, I guess, door handle on the other side that you can just pop over and open it.
I teleport to the other side and see if there's a convenient way to open it just by feeling around.
Feeling around, you don't find a handle or anything, but you do find what appears to be like some kind of digital pad.
I teleport in and say, "There's a touchpad."
You can't teleport either of us?
I was on that side, or you were on that side.
Do you have something to help with doing that?
We could attempt.
Do you have equipment?
We could attempt to make a little, use our little, because we both have that thing, don't we?
You have jury rig, I just have inventor.
Oh, yeah, I have improvised tools.
That's also true. So if you have no tools at all, I think it was just the -2.
Yeah, because I don't have say like a piece of equipment I set aside for like quick hacking tool. But
Really should.
I assumed I'd be there. And every time, the one time it came up, I created it and handed it off.
Let me try it if you have something.
Could I create a funny little guy, a little robot to like remote hack?
Well, the problem is, so we already kind of talked about inventing things earlier. Can you do it expeditiously? Because under the normal like inventing powers thing, it takes 1 hour per PowerPoint.
I would
It's all-
certainly like to, so we have a solution.
I was actually reading that further, Cam. It's 1 hour per PowerPoint to design it, and then 4 hours per PowerPoint to build it.
Ah.
Oh my god.
Never
Yeah,
mind. That.
it's wild.
Well, I remember
technically-
there was something that you could do like really quick and slapdash. What was that?
Jury rig?
What's Jerry Rig do?
Alex posted.
I don't have that one. I have
Isn't it-
improvised tools.
I thought you had. It
What
was
does
something
that
like
do?
that. It was because that's how we like used your helmet to talk to all the bus drivers for Dr. Plague.
That's what I was using improvised tools for.
Was it improvised tools?
What does improvised tool do then? Post that.
Well, that's you ignore the circumstance penalty for using skills without proper tools, since you can improvise such things. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, just let me see what I can do then, and I'll, I guess, teleport out, and I'll try to hack it myself. Do something with that.
Well, you don't have any gear in order to do so.
Yeah, but no one would give me anything.
I would.
No
if
one has
I
anything to
could.
give you.
I teleport in and say, "Does
I
anyone
tried.
have a screwdriver
Uh,
or something to hack
am
with?"
I allowed to have a screwdriver?
Just
No,
normal
you-
things. I need something.
You don't have
please.
tools. You have improvised tools, so
I
you don't
punch it.
have to have tools.
Then I don't. How, Camp, how?
How?
I've
How do you
thought
guys
and
usually
tried
hack
literally every. I don't
Do
know.
I
Anyone
have a
hero
screwdriver?
point?
How do you guys usually hack things?
By being there to hack things.
Yeah. Why can't I do that?
have a good technology.
Well,
I do.
because Lockdown has improvised tools where he doesn't need a tool to hack with.
Yeah, but our other friend's saying that you can do it too.
I have a gun.
See?
I don't know
Yeah.
if that counts.
You know what? Fuck it. I spend my hero point. I just have hacking supplies because I thought it'd be useful. Can I do that?
Sure. Yeah, I
Let's go
mean,
ahead,
well,
bud.
you can edit a scene. There is also the thing I was aiming for was there is actually a hero point thing for getting a hint in a
Oh.
situation, but that also works.
What would you rather have, a hint or that?
I don't know.
Um,
Do you trust me?
Let's just have the hacking tools on hand.
What's your
Yeah.
technology?
Good.
I don't trust that. I don't trust you. So unless
Oh, that's your hero point.
Yeah, it's inspiration is what the hero point thing is called.
what do you guys think? Do we trust the dark monochrome to have a good technology?
I think it'd be funny to try.
I think we'd
Alright.
get more use out of the tools than we would out of just one hint.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah.
it's a direction we have.
I edit the scene. I have hacking tech.
Okay.
I reach into my pocket. Oh, I forgot I had this. Here you go.
You're
Did
going
you
into a
sort of-
high-tech military base.
It disappears from your hands, and then there's no more responses as I'm on the other side of the wall. And I try to hack it.
Go ahead and make a tech roll. This will be at a bit of a penalty. Ooh. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it sure is.
Bruh.
You could hero point
I
reroll
could
that.
hero point reroll
You
it.
could.
That would probably be
there's-
the wise choice.
It's not like it's gonna carry over.
All right, I hero point to reroll it. 24.
And you actually, yeah, you also add 10 because it's a reroll, and you roll below
20, 33.
10. Okay, yeah. You managed to do so. It's a little difficult at first because you can't see the screen or anything, and they're not tools you're particularly familiar with. But even if I give you the maximum penalty of -5, you still succeed. The door is opened forthwith. And as you guys manage to open the door, the sound of boots come rapidly in your direction, and that's where we're going to leave today's session off.
All right.
Ah,
I would have ended it sooner, but you guys were problem solving, and I didn't want to interrupt your flow. Plus,
Yeah.
now you get those hero points that you just used next session, so
true.
it was better for you guys. But all right, so y'all get 2 power points for being here, and then any heroic nominations and our kudos.
Our amazing tech duo for just going, you know what, let's find a way to break into the light dimension.
I agree. I loved your guys' work on that. Actually, everyone, well, besides Monochrome, for your investigation. Well, he wasn't there. So
I know it's still funny.
y'all get a PowerPoint. And Monochrome for being kidnapped and not doing anything for most of the session. I'll give you a PowerPoint for that, and I'll give you an additional PowerPoint because we learned some more stuff about Monochrome.
I spent the session sitting in a corner drawing little PowerPoints on the floor for myself.
Also, next session you will get an additional hero point for facing adversity.
Oh, that's pretty hype. I'd like to give a PowerPoint to everyone for not asking how packed Monochrome is because he was in there naked.
I thought about it, but I
And now
decided
you'll
not
never
to.
know. You missed your opportunity.
It was
You,
a
you had
still
one
naked.
shot to look.
You're still.
Not anymore. I'm powered up.
That'd be a weird thing to ask.
Not only that, how would we know the serum wasn't affecting everything else?
Serum
Oh,
that shrinks your
God.
dick.
I
It-
couldn't help but
it
notice you were
specifically-
a little small. It was a serum.
His dick size is a power.
It yeah, that's how
Enhanced
evil
trait.
this group is, because it targets all of his powers and then specifically nullifies dick size. That's one of the power effects.
Psychological torture.
Exactly.
Did you say confidence makes the man?
And because I thought that one of you guys would, I had it in mind.
Oh, God.
I had to think about it. I was like, someone's probably going to ask, so I got to think about this beforehand. But
Dang.
now that's just going to be filed away in my little memory filing cabinet, never to be seen again.
This one's more of a pity. Kudo. Crusher, you tried to open the door.
I will
The
say
one
that was
thing-
pretty impressive.
The one thing you're good at, and we weren't able to succeed.
I mean, it was a really hard check, and you almost got there.
Yeah. You know what? You get the participation award. Take a PowerPoint. Yeah.
I did appreciate Lockdown's fine detail enhance in the room when we were first looking for clues.
I agree. I like your kind of hyper investigativeness.
Even going so far as to take tweezers to pick up microscopic.
Microscopic pieces of rubber.
I go keep trying until I've accidentally split the atom. I go, oh, and then the entire area explodes.
GM,
Everyone
I've
fun!
invented micro tweezers. I take the atoms with me.
I gotta be extra careful, unless.
Shout out to Sasha for getting to use that.
That was
yeah.
really fun.
That's
Passcog
true.
Thing.
That was super
awesome.
hype. Sorry, go ahead. I was
What?
talking
That was
to
good.
Alicia, but yeah.
Oh no, I said that was awesome.
I was talking over you. Yeah, take a PowerPoint. That was really cool. I like that.
All it took was me adding a basket of rocks.
That's exactly
Hey.
what the hero point thing is for. Like, editing a scene for something like that is perfect. Any other nominations and or kudos?
Good job to everyone for rolling 15 nat 20s and filling in the gaps with 18s and 19s.
You know
I
what?
rolled one die this session and it was a 3.
That's fair. Everyone get a good rolling roll or point PowerPoint. Monochrome, get a pity PowerPoint. With how well y'all rolled today, I think next session you're going to suffer. So,
Yeah.
law of averages
Or-
has dictated that next session you're doomed.
Or Fabulous Ultima, our ship's gonna explode.
Yeah, you get
Yeah.
some of you have at least 2 games before this next one.
This guy in the hall walks down and goes, "Ha ha ha, you fools, you've fallen right into my trap. I made you use up all of your good rolls before you fought me."
I appreciated the duality of Monochrome. The description of how much different he looks in comparison to what we can perceive in his life form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looked a lot different than what I imagined him to be. But, oh, sorry for interrupting you, Cam.
No, you were perfect.
Going from picture perfect superhero-esque kind of person to like this wild man / shut-in look.
You know, I agree. Go ahead and take a PowerPoint.
Woo.
For some weird reason, when you're describing him, I was picturing Meat Canyon in the room. I don't know why.
You know what? I totally see that. You know what? That's so true. Take a PowerPoint. That's such a clutch pull right there.
I imagine just like that one withered Wojak that has like that hair and is all like depressed and shit.
Yeah, it's all of those.
I've looked up Meat Canyon and now I regret it. Why'd you do this to me, Alicia?
You didn't know what he looked like?
I've never seen Meat Canyon before.
I can't
Honestly,
believe you.
like
I'm sure you're looking at the art, right, and not the actual guy.
the human being.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I
I just want to make sure that online we're not being like, oh, Meat Canyon's face. Ugh.
That's fair.
He's got some fun stuff, but one thing that's really constantly surprising, I mean, all of his like stuff voiced by him. He's got a great voice and singing voice too, by the way.
Yeah.
Because he streams him like animating that stuff, and a lot of times he's just playing music and singing along to it. Because there's just a very fun clip of him animating one of his videos for like a streamer, and he's just singing "Blinded by the Light" by The Weeknd. And he's just singing it like really, really well while drawing something fucking horrific. But that is a great image I'm going to keep in my head for Monochrome now.
Any other nominations in our kudos?
Small moment. And probably not PowerPoint worthy, but I appreciate Celestine going, "Oh fuck, I hadn't eaten. You're right." It's a nice little in-character moment that just added to the scene.
It's a good kudo.
I don't want to put any pressure on anyone, but I am one PowerPoint away from leveling.
And
But I
you'll
wasn't
stay that
around.
way.
I wasn't around. You did this on purpose, Cam. You knew. You knew this would happen to me. You had to get me out of
and
this
if I
by coming
didn't, you would say
over.
I was a coward for not doing it. So
Yeah,
Suffer.
yeah, I
Fuck
would.
Booter. Booter, I did level.
Fuck you. Maybe I'll get an investigation next time. It's one of my good stats.
Shouldn't have gotten kidnapped, loser.
how'd you guys like, by the way, the physics shenanigans that was this session?
Honestly, kudos to you for describing that energy dimension.
Yeah, it was
It
super
was pretty
cool.
hype.
Like, being able to perceive something that unknown to us, or being able to, like, imagine it, means you did a good job, because I was somehow able to picture it in my head.
I like the spooky vibe of you travel in an area and pop out 18 minutes in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff gets really weird when you start messing with light speed stuff.
Yep. It's so fun. That's the thing I like when sci-fi actually touches on it. That's the reason I like that it touches on it in Lancer, because the simple decision that you decided to become a space adventurer and traveled at FTL speeds is the decision that everyone you've ever known on your planet is going to die. You're never going to see any of them again. Like, that time dilation in and of itself is just like at such a rate that the next time you get back to your planet, like hundreds of years could have passed. It's a terrifying concept.
Interstellar.
Yeah, like literally, it's fucking spooky. Like 10 years for you, for depending on how you've traveled, to like 100 years for your planet. It's like your entire family gone in a decade. That's really scary. Light is scary.
Yeah. It was, I'm glad, one, I could make it a kind of an immersive experience. I was thinking very much about, like, what happens when you enter a dimension that, because, like, the dimension isn't, like, where light goes or anything like that. It's a dimension where you take on the properties of a proton, essentially, or, like, an electron.
It's like an overlapping dimension.
In a way, yeah. And what that would be like, and like the very act of traveling is not necessarily so much about distance or even time. In fact, both of those things. By the way, when you guys came out with that, you were 18 minutes younger than when you went in.
That's wild.
Congratulations, you've increased your lifespan.
You
Let's
didn't actually,
go.
because they went 18 minutes in the past. They will be the same age regardless.
But they've experienced 18 more minutes.
They didn't really even do it. It was like a couple minutes technically more for them cognizantly. So I guess technically you were conscious for a couple more minutes than you might have been, maybe. It's really weird, like I said. It's very fun to really imagine like what would happen in this kind of scenario. By the way, so if you guys do try to like interact with yourselves in the past in this way, some like trick of fate or something will prevent you from doing so.
There's no time wardens in this world.
Nope.
A bus appears, and when it passes, the other you is gone.
It's not even necessarily that. It's just whatever you would do that would affect you getting here. Well, like there's nothing you could do, and you like. Funny enough, it happened because this base that you're in currently not only is like super sealed, very difficult to get out of. It blocks things like teleportation and everything like that. The only thing that can get out is darkness-based teleportation.
Yeah.
I was right. Let's go.
Yeah, because this site uses more than spectral, like light-based teleportation as well. There's multiple kinds that do different things.
I can't wait to show off my cool shadow powers. I can finally be the assassin I've always dreamed of.
Yeah, and in fact, so many of the agents here, they've been, because you would never know otherwise, they've been altered to have, like, essentially echolocation, and have, like active echolocation that functions with their brain appropriately to give them a keen sense of echolocation. That data pad, by the way, that you saw on the door, like that's just like a screen. You can't see anything in it when it's dark like this. The agents have the screens memorized.
That's amazing.
They're intense. Black site here is very crazy, very nutty.
What was your power again, Alex, that you created?
Which one?
Light switch.
Yeah, it nullifies light.
Not really helpful here.
I followed what I was told.
True. It might very well come in handy.
That's what I'm basing it off.
I mean, to be fair, like it's there's a lot of complicated things, and you guys will run into it as you move forward. But
yeah, I'm assuming later it'll come in. If we go through next session and there is 0 light-based things, then we'll have some words. We'll come to that when we come to that. But I assume that won't happen. Because obviously we're going to have like a lot of shenanigans, and I feel like they're pumping the room with dark for a very particular reason.
And by the way, I don't know how far you've gone into like why your character is what you are, Booter, but I have keenly now designed why your character is the way he is.
Hype.
Yeah, it seems like they're doing this for honestly what seems like a pretty fair reason in their eyes.
No.
Well, so the interesting thing about Monochrome is as a person, he technically exists in multiple dimensions at the same time. And so the man you met in that room is the focal point of this like dimensional being in a way. So the light form and the dark form are Monochrome from different dimensions, kind of all tied into one singularity, one singular point. And so it's like when you meet him in light or dark, it's kind of the same person, but kind of not at the same time. Fascinating.
It's pretty hype.
Also, the site kept you. I knew your dark form was weaker, so that's why they keep you in a space where even if the drug stops working, you're just gonna be instead
Yeah.
in your dark form. So
Dark form, I would argue, is more scary. But if you're looking at it like purely based on like ability strength, then yeah, it's weaker.
yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you're capable of very intense things in dark form as well.
Yeah, like if there's just like a dark area, like this whole place is darkness. If I could see, I could reliably kill everyone in this place without anyone ever seeing me if I just roll fine.
Okay.
I made my dark form a very good assassin character.
But all right, that's gonna be it for us. Thank you all so much for watching. We're getting to the end. We still gotta get through the black site and then finish off the campaign. We got some stuff planned. Might go a little bit more than 10 sessions. We'll see. But it's been fun. We'll go ahead and say goodnight.
Good night.
Good night.
Night, everyone.
Good night.
Don't listen to the shadows.